Welcome to the Chiropractic exams meeting. This exams is being held here at Love Company called West, located at 25001 Industrial Boulevard, Hayward, California. The date is Thursday, April 17th, and the time is 9 a.m. The board's paramount responsibility to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the public through licensure, education, engagement, and enforcement in chiropractic care. Address the board during the public comment session. Public comments will also be taken on agenda items at the time the item is heard and prior to the board taking action on any of the items. Those who would like to provide public comment will be limited to 3 minutes unless in the discretion of the board circumstances require a longer period. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their allotted time to their other members of the public to make comments. Individuals may appear before the board to discuss items not on today's agenda. However, the board may not discuss or take action on these items except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda at a future meeting. Please be aware that this meeting is being recorded. Please turn off and silence all cell phones. We will now take the roll call. Ms. Cruz.
Thank you. Dr. Adams.
Present.
Dr. Daniels.
Present.
Ms. Cruz, present. Dr. Azzolini.
Present.
Dr. Paris.
Present.
Mr. Sweet.
He's excused.
Excused. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. We have a quorum. What's that?
That was a little loud. I was having.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Agenda item number 2, public comment for items on the agenda. If there are any public members in here, you may address the board. I don't see any. So we probably should, if there's no public comment, do we open for public comment then?
No, you can go ahead and move. Mine. Everybody's on the traditional in-person meeting today.
Okay, making sure. I was just kind of like,
Yeah, we're not taking any online aspects of it.
They're with
All right.
live, but
So agenda item 3, board chair's report. We want to extend our appreciation and thanks to Life Chiropractic College West for hosting us, and Dr. Robertson, the president of the school, and Sharon, his executive assistant, and her staff that have made this this room presentable and great for us. We also want to acknowledge Dr. Azzolini again for being added to the board this last, January? October, somewhere in there. And again, express appreciation to Dr. Claudia Sandino for her service on the board and what she's contributed. A couple of things that we want to emphasize and as kind of a preparation for the sunset review. A lot of the stuff that we're going to be doing this year is going to really be accomplishing, kind of wrapping up a lot of stuff. We've got at present, I think, 21 items that are either at the door or knocking on the door being moved through the Office of Administrative Law and moving to public comment here hopefully soon. So there's a lot of things happening. In addition to that, we're looking at preparing ourselves for the sunset review in 2026. So a lot of our efforts this year are going to be focused on that and meeting the standards and needs that they've put forth in the past sunset review and preparing for the next one. And also some of the recent changes in the streamline for licensure, to issue a license within 1 to 2 business days of a person taking the law exam, which is a nice improvement. Also, just some personal goals that we want to pursue myself is making sure that we're pursuing excellence in our efforts to meet the needs of the stakeholders and to our licensees by communicating more effectively with them via our website and other means. There's been a lot of outreach in the last few years from the board, getting into schools and having opportunities where we've been able to engage with licensees and stakeholders at a level that's been, I think, very positive, particularly when it contributed to the continued education aspects and to enforcement aspects that we've pushed a lot through in the last few years. Recently, I know Dr. Paris was able, and Dr. Azzolino, I believe, presented, and Dr. Paris attended the Monterey Calcados and some outreach there as well. And then myself and Kristen, our executive officer, were able to go to the legislative conference day in March at the Capitol and visit with our licensees up there and have discussions with them about ethics and some common, pitfalls that members of the profession fall into and how they can avoid those things. So it was a good time, opportunity, a lot of good feedback about continuing education and enforcement, and discussions about fees, which we're going to be working on also in the next year or two, getting those dialed in as well. So with that, I will open it for public comment. Seeing nobody here, we'll close that and move to agenda item 4. Or I should say, is there any comment from members of the board about my report or anything I brought up? Okay. All right. We'll get some time to the Department of Consumer Affairs for some updates, and we'll turn the time to Ms. Walker.
Sure, thank you. So the representatives from the Department of Consumer Affairs are remotely observing our meeting, but they're unable to attend in person. They did pass along a message that they wanted me to relay to the board. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. First of all, they certainly thank the board for the opportunity to provide an update. Beginning with the governor's reorganization plan, in January, Governor Newsom released his proposed state budget, which included a proposal to split our current business, consumer services, and housing agency into 2 state agencies, the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. The proposed California Housing and Homelessness Agency, CHHA, will oversee housing and homelessness solutions and safeguard civil rights. The new Business and Consumer Services Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing, and enforcement. The Department of Consumer Affairs would be among 8 entities in this new entity. As part of the process in state government, on April 4th, the governor's reorganization plan was delivered to the nonpartisan Little Hoover Commission for review. The submission of the plan to the commission began an approximate 90-day formal process. The commission is conducting public hearings on April 23rd and 24th for interested parties to provide input on the proposed reorganization. After the hearings and within 30 days of the plan being submitted to the commission will write a report that it will submit to the governor and the legislature. The commission's report will offer a recommendation to the governor and the legislature as to whether it believes the reorganization plan should go into effect. The commission sometimes offers recommendations for how the plan could be strengthened, either through administrative actions or subsequent legislation. The legislature will then have 60 days to review and consider the reorganization plan. The governor's plan becomes effective on the 61st day after it has been given to the legislature, unless either the Senate or Assembly adopts by majority vote a resolution to reject the plan. If approved, the Business and Consumer Services Agency will be created in July 2025 with 1 year of transition and become operative on July 1, 2026. In addition to several virtual briefings hosted by Secretary Moss, there's detailed information available on the reorganization plan website, and that's the BCSH website /about/reorganization. The Department of Consumer Affairs believes this is an extraordinary opportunity for DCA to better align with other consumer protection entities. With a dedicated consumer protection-focused secretary within the governor's cabinet, this is an exciting opportunity that will only strengthen the department's mission, momentum, and delivery of services to California. DCA will continue to keep board and bureau leadership updated on the progress of the governor's reorganization plan. There's also an update here on the hybrid telework transition. So on March 3rd, 2025, Governor Newsom issued an executive order requiring all state agencies and departments to update their hybrid telework policies for employees and increase from 2 to 4 days in the office beginning on July 1, 2025. On March 13th, the California Department of Human Resources issued guidance on implementation of this executive order. The guidance provides defined parameters for when agencies and departments can make case-by-case exceptions to the 4-day in-office minimum requirement. DCA has been working closely with a few programs on identifying additional space needed for this transition. DCA has also been working hard responding to questions and will continue to keep leadership updated on any additional direction received from CalHR. There's also an announcement on DCA's new Compliance and Equity Officer. On Monday, the DCA director announced Levi Hall as the new Compliance and Equity Officer. DCA's Compliance and Equity Officer is responsible for leading and coordinating department-wide quality improvement efforts to ensure consistency and regulatory compliance. This position oversees DCA's solid planning and training services, the Organizational Improvement Office, the Equal Employment Opportunity Office, and the Internal Audit Office, and serves as a liaison to the department's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Steering Committee. As the department's equity officer, this position is dedicated to enhancing the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility policies, trainings, and activities throughout the department's programs. Mr. Hull brings more than 12 years of experience in leading multidisciplinary teams and driving strategic program development. With more than 9 years of experience in EEO compliance and program management, including nearly 3 years at DCA, he's an experienced EEO officer with a deep commitment to fostering inclusive, equitable, and accessible work environments. So once again, the department thanks the board for the opportunity to share today. And if there are any questions that the board has for the department, I'm happy to relay them and get a response.
Thank you. Any questions or statements you'd like to have passed up?
None.
All good? Okay. Thank you for the report.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. I know public's present still, so we're going to table agenda item 5 till tomorrow. So we'll move to agenda item 6, review and possible ratification of approved doctor of chiropractic license. I will entertain a motion.
I will second. Oh, I'm sorry. I make a motion to approve the Doctor of Chiropractic license applications.
Is there a second? Dr. Paris has seconded that. Any discussion? None? No public comment? Jeanette, Ms. Cruz, will you take the roll?
Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Dr. Azarino,
Yes.
Dr. Paris.
Yes.
All right. Approved.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 7, review and possible approval for new continuing education providers.
I will entertain a motion.
Or any comments?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All right.
Daniel, second.
All right.
Any other discussion or comments? You can take the roll.
All right. Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Dr. Azalino,
Yes.
Dr. Paris.
Yes.
All right. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Well, we went a lot quicker than we thought, so we're going to probably table item 8. Probably be about 10:15. So we'll move item 8 to later. Right now, Dr. Overseen is meeting with his cabinet, and probably will be till about 10 o'clock. So we're tabled item number 8 until his representative is available to come in and give us an update on the Nebraska campus and answer any questions that we might have about where they are in the process of accreditation as a chiropractic college. So we're moving to agenda item 9, review, discussion, possible action on Live Chiropractic College West request for board approval on an additional campus in Bellevue. So we probably have to wait for both of those to be addressed.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's table 8 and 9, and we'll move to item number 10, and that will be the executive office report. So, Ms. Walker, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you. So I'm going to cover a few items during my update this morning. First of which is just a reminder that for the remainder of the calendar year, we have an upcoming board meeting on July 25th. That one's going to be a teleconference WebEx meeting with all the members participating from different locations. And then we're also beginning our preparations for an October 9th to 10th board meeting down in Southern California. I'll work with the board leadership to determine the exact location, whether we want to go back to SCU or if we want to explore a different venue for that meeting. So we'll be working on that. Dr. Adams has also set his committee assignments for 2025. Not too much has changed there other than the addition of our newest board member. Welcome back, Dr. Azzolino, back on the enforcement committee. So looking forward to working with that committee and the team there. Beyond that, the rest of the committee assignments remain the same from 2024. So the government reorganization plan was mentioned during the DCA update. We don't anticipate at the staff level too much of an impact, especially to the board, but even to the department. If anything, that reorganization plan is going to help foster, I think, additional relationships with other departments related to financial protection and other consumer issues. So there are public hearings coming up on that proposed reorganization on April 23rd and 24th. I can relay the links to the board members in case there's any interest, but it's not something that's as consequential as the last governor's reorganization back in 2012, which is what placed the board under DCA. So that one in 2012 had a lot more effect on the board than what we're seeing with this current one that's being proposed. I've also got in the meeting materials just some key legislative deadlines. The one that I wanted to highlight for today is upcoming on May 2nd is going to be the last day for policy committees to hear and report fiscal bills to the fiscal committees. And then May 9th is going to be the last day for those policy committees to report non-fiscal bills to the floor. What we're going to be seeing with the legislature being on their spring recess until April 20th, we're going to be seeing the following 2 weeks very busy with committee hearings going on, and then the board will have opportunities to take positions on certain bills that we're going to discuss later in today's agenda. Also wanted to highlight a little bit about, Dr. Adams covered some of the outreach that we've been working on. We are still trying to build and kind of really get our social media accounts much more active. We did standardize our social media presence under California VCE, and we were able to get our X account government verified, which gives it a little bit more legitimacy when we're posting information. We are working towards getting ourselves verified on Facebook and Instagram as well. We've also been working with DCA's communications division on some additional branding, content, and graphics. You see some of that today, simple as name tags, trying to modernize some of our items that we're using as far as outreach. The major project is the website, and that's something that we'll be tackling as soon as we can fill our lead position in the licensing and continuing education unit. Because that staff position is tasked with basically being the board's webmaster and working on all of that web content. A few personnel updates to share. Happy to share that we hired a new administrative technician position, and it was Anthony Niwashan, and his first day with the board was March 3rd. Also, wanted to relay that our former administration and licensing manager, Dixie Van Allen, recently accepted a lateral position with the California Fish and Game Commission, effective March 17th. And then our former enforcement analyst, Valerie James, accepted a promotional position with the California State Board of Optometry, effective April 1st. So we certainly wish them both the best. They've both been longtime board employees, and we're excited for them to have their new opportunities that they found. Recruitment efforts, with that being said, we're in a position right now where we have 6 vacancies, and we are feeling the effects in the office. We've got recruitment efforts currently underway to refill those 2 vacant positions, as well as the 3 lead positions in our administration, licensing and CE, and our enforcement units, as well as a program technician position in the licensing unit. Those 3 lead positions are going to be key to helping us. They're going to be very helpful as we're preparing and getting into sunset, completing our pending regulatory package work, and then also just further developing and feeding a lot of the policy work that's being done at the committee levels. So happy to report that very soon the committees should have their designated liaisons for developing materials for the meetings. As far as the program statistics, there's not too many notable statistics as far as volume and things that we're receiving. We're seeing that same trend of increased satellite certificates, just with the expansion of QMEs and making sure that they have, and them seeking additional locations. We're seeing a pretty high volume there as far as satellites. We have been making some foundational changes over the past 18 months in our different programs. The most recent change that we tackled was with our licensing program. We were seeking a way to where we can ensure that people, that new graduates can get licensed as soon as possible. And the way we kind of stood that up is developed a better tracking system as far as the different documents that need to be received for someone to be eligible for a license. And we're happy to report that we've now got a system in place where once we have all the documentation we need to process an application, people are being qualified for the CCLE within about 1 to 2 business days. And once they've passed the CCLE and they've paid their initial license fee, in many cases they can be licensed that same day, but if not, they'll be licensed the next business day. The one piece that we want to develop out a little bit further is addressing a better flow for receiving all the documentation we need, especially partnering with the colleges that tend to have the most applicants from their schools, trying to figure out a way that we can kind of partner together to get that documentation in faster, better educate the students and the applicants of the information that's going to be needed so that they're not stuck with incomplete applications, because that still remains our challenge with the licensing program is we can't process an application until everything's been received. So we want to work on some communication and outreach to help applicants better get that information to us so that we can then get them in the pipeline. But I am happy to report that, even looking at some of our numbers in the last few months, we have applicants that have applied for a license and sometimes that same day are being qualified to take the CCLE and then getting their license the same day after they pass it. So their total processing time is 2 days. So a lot of improvements being done on that side. Our enforcement program as well has undergone a few changes. The most notable of which is the transition to having our analysts perform a true desk investigation rather than more of a correspondence-based investigation where they're just sending letters back and forth. They're now conducting much more thorough desk investigations, calling and interviewing parties, documenting their findings in reports, and that's helped alleviate some of our pending complaint numbers. When you look back 2 fiscal years, we were over 500. We're hovering around the mid 350. An ideal goal for us would be to get under 300, but we are doing better, and we're also a little bit more effective in reaching out directly to complainants and having them be heard. Because with a lot of the complaints that we do receive, of the complaints we receive, about 90% don't require any true action by the board. It's either an educational opportunity or there's been no violation. Sometimes there's no jurisdiction in the complaint. So that outreach allows us to reach the consumers, educate them a little bit, have them be heard, and then be able to resolve their complaints. Our number of pending AG cases is pretty stable. If you recall, coming out of the pandemic, we had made a number of referrals, so we had a very high volume of pending Attorney General cases. Those have now kind of made their way through the process, resulting in either stipulated settlements to place somebody on probation or for surrenders or revocations. So we've got a much more healthy level of pending AG cases. We're down to about a little over 40 right now. Let's see, and then our number of probationers remains relatively high. We've got about 70. We've now split the work amongst 2 staff members so that we can effectively monitor them. As the meeting materials include updates on the proposed regulations. Happy to report that we finally got our first one into a final filing phase. So we're getting there. There's a pretty significant workload there for all of the regulations. We're working towards getting, the goal is with sunset to have all of these regulations when we are publishing our sunset report, that we have all of these pending concepts at a minimum in the initial filing phase, many of them in final filing phase, and many even being effective. So we are working towards that goal. That's one of our top priorities. We have a few kind of simple agenda items or a few simple regulatory items for board motions in our subsequent in our subsequent agenda items this morning. See here if there's anything else I wanted to highlight on that. I've got, so attachment 2 in the meeting materials is our budget. When you look at the outlay of the board's budget, you can see that unfortunately you can see that trend of a decreasing fund balance. So you see our months in reserve as you progress through the fiscal years actually becomes negative, or it's projected to be negative beginning in your budget year 26-27 and then continuing into 27-28. So the good news is that as we look at our budget and our actuals, we don't tend to spend our full allotted amount. But the more of the bad news on that is a lot of those cost savings have been from staff vacancies. So as we staff up, some of those cost savings are going to go away. So we're going to need to look a little bit further out as we prepare for sunset for what our funding future needs to look like. The reality is we have a slight decline in our licensed population from year to year. And we've got, as every business owner even knows, expenses climb year after year after year. So staff is going to be partnering and working with the Government and Public Affairs Committee to really to work through that problem and come up with some solid recommendations that we can present to the board and eventually the legislature so that we can get a little bit more stable footing on our funding. When I look at the 2022 updates to our budget and our fee authority, it was helpful, but it was a bit of a Band-Aid because in a lot of our fee are more specific fee types for the smaller items like satellites and corporations. We've got a fixed fee, and we only have authority to go down. We don't have any authority to go up. So we should be looking at that just so we can adjust. There's also some gaps as far as just the way we are receiving revenue. For example, we have satellite certificates and corporations that have no delinquency fee. So if you miss a year, there's no penalty. You just pay and you get brought back current. So we need to address that problem as well as we're looking at just some of our funding. There is a delinquency fee for the primary doctor of chiropractic.
What is the one that we don't have it for?
The satellite certificates
Okay.
and our corporation certificates. So we need to take a look at that. We also need to see if, in the age of technology that we're in, if there's a better way for us to track when somebody fails to renew a corporation certificate, if that corporation is still in effect, and if they do have an outstanding bill, how do we get that renewed and get that revenue? So bottom line on the budget, we're in a stable position. We're in a stable position heading into sunset, but when we start looking 3 to 5 years out, we're going to need to solve that problem. We do have within our statutory authority enough. We have the ability through regulations to raise that doctor of chiropractic license fee and get a stable fund condition, but that language that's in that statute isn't the best for a long-term solution. So we'll be working through that with the board. Any questions on the budget? Because that's sometimes there are on that item.
When is this repayment to the vehicle inspection and repair funds due?
So with that bar loan, there's an outstanding balance of approximately $1.5 million. There is no actual due date on the loan, but we are paying interest on it yearly. So we've got approximately 6 annual payments of $250,000 left. I'm going to be meeting with the budget office probably in early May to look at whether we should be, putting maybe an additional payment in there to bring that balance down slightly. There was a bit of a mishap with our with the budget, a prior budget analyst not actually making the payment in year 23-24, which you see reflected in the budget statement, where you see the $250,000 payments, but then you just see a $0 for that actual. So I'm going to be meeting with the budget office to find out what the impact would be if we make that catch-up payment this fiscal year so that we get ourselves back on track. So I'll report back to the board after I have those findings.
I had a question just back on the licensing program. On the licenses renewed, it was a net decrease of about 2,000. Was that just because of where we were in the quarter, or what was the reason for that?
Correct. Yeah, that last column there is measuring fiscal year to date. So we still have about shouldn't do math on the spot. We've got about 75 days left in the fiscal year, so we're likely going to see that similar decline to where from 22 to 23
Okay.
we went down about 150. So we're projecting probably about 11,400 renewals when we get to fiscal year end, but that's why that number is low right now, because it's only accounting for about 10 months of data.
Okay. And then my other question was on, is there something that we can do to get information out to educate the students with the proper application, whether it's on our social media, whether it's on our website? When we first got together, we talked about using social media, using our website more actively for explaining enforcement issues, things to do, not to do, really communicating with the licensees more effectively. So I'm just wondering where we are with that.
We're starting to queue that information up so that we can start putting it on the social media accounts. For now, we've been sharing a lot of other resources from other trusted government agencies. We need more of our own direct ones. As far as with the student issues, we definitely want to encourage and get them to follow our pages and to get the updates regularly. But we've been actually trying to reach out and communicate directly with their registrar's office, because that's generally where they're going for help with the licensure process. So we're getting the information to them so that they can relay it to their students and set them up for success for applying for licensure.
Is there something any of the committees can be doing to facilitate that?
We can certainly explore some options on that. I think.
I mean, just to help with staff load. I mean, as far as communicating with the schools, the registrar, having more kind of boots on the ground to get that done.
I think we've done a few in the past with Dr. Paris, doing some like outreach opportunities with students. Sometimes like like maybe an open webinar and open office hours. That's definitely something that would be really helpful if there's interest from board members or committee members to engage in those calls with students, because it allows us. We've done them in the past where we can do both. We can educate them on the licensure process, but also provide them with some tips and how they can safeguard their future practice. Basically, watch out for red flags once you get into practice. We can integrate those two together, and I think it's a good time to get some of those back on the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
And this is an area that we spent quite a bit of time with in years past. And so I have a lot of opinions and things that we implemented. One of the main reasons for bringing the board meeting to the schools was for the students to be present, not to be in a small room as such. And so we previously had arranged with the college presidents for them to receive credit for their time viewing the board meetings. And so that's something that we could certainly speak about enforcement committee if you like, and bring it forth.
Sure.
I have another question regarding the licensure. And I know staff is strained right now with resources, but previously there's been an ongoing trend over the last, I'd say, at least 10 to 15 years of decreasing licensure in California. We previously had stats on licensure throughout the entire country, which I know we could get through FCLB. So we could see if California is an anomaly or if there are decreased licensures, chiropractors throughout the country. Then we also did multiple different healthcare specialties. So physicians, nurses, osteopaths, naturopaths, acupuncturists. I think that'd be very valuable to see where we sit in, the entire trajectory of what's happening in healthcare. So when the time is right with in our staff resources, I think that would be very valuable to put that together. And maybe we can reach out to FCLB and see what has already been done.
At the recent legislative conference, it was brought up that in the country, chiropractic licensure is on the decline.
Yeah, we've tracked it every month because it's certainly not everybody was going down in different specialties. Most specialties were going up. Years past, when I served on the board, the only two specialties that were going down were chiropractic and naturopathy. And so I think that's valuable information to see how we can better serve the profession and our stakeholders and our public, ensuring that we have what we need.
Dr. Paris?
Just backing up a little bit. So and we were asked to, I wasn't aware, but Southern California University of Health Sciences has an ethics class, and one of their tests is based around all of our rules and regulations. And so I've done it multiple times now. I've been invited in, and it's Dr. Troutner there that's teaching it currently. And it's been really well received. And just the information and for the students to be able to get on and kind of have an opportunity to Q&A. And we've been using some of the items you mentioned. So I think with the limitation on the number of colleges in California right now, I know we have excellent relationships with this college here. So I think that was kind of born more out of a personal relationship than a formal ask. So I think that's really where the opportunity is, just to get us in front of the students in California that are likely to end up being licensed here. And then secondly, on the national licensure statistics, I can assist us in getting that back to us. So we can chat about what exactly we might want, and then maybe setting something up where we can have that on ongoing quarterly or however we want to do that comparison. Yeah. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sounds good. That's all I wanted to highlight during my update this morning. Happy to answer any additional questions.
If you want to circle back to social media, you mentioned earlier that the kind of you're in process of filling the position. That's going to be specifically on the website. I imagine that same position is going to be just any and all, like social media and online engagement. Is that what that person's position or part of their responsibilities are?
So it's so I'm pretty happy about the new duty statements that we put forward, because we've got them designated as leads, but they're not replacing the supervisors for supervising staff. It's to support up, so the committees and our social media. It's specifically our licensing and continuing education lead. A good portion of their time is dedicated to, of course, supporting the licensing and the CE committees, and then any board policy issues in those areas, legislation, regulations, anything that's affected on that. I believe we earmarked about half of their time for that. And then the rest of it is managing the social media accounts, webmaster, being our records kind of expert within the office. Because one of the things that we found as we were trying to dig up background information and bring a lot of the different pending items forward, as the board recalls, we were encountering a lot of like, well, where's the records? Where's the information from back then? So we're designating that person as the records coordinator. They're going to keep everything in line. They're going to make sure, if we're trying to research and we need, what happened in a specific year, they're kind of our our expert in being able to locate what we need.
You're your records custodian.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
So a lot of just administrative help coming out of that position.
Okay. And yeah, and the reason I ask is because kind of the comment Dr. Daniels meant about kind of putting stuff on social media. I know right now it's like I follow us, and so I see a lot of the things kind of that we push out. And so I imagine kind of because it's on our kind of strategic plan. Once that position gets filled, then we would start to be able to kind of want to say even just identify and then start developing campaigns.
Correct.
Just different communication campaigns.
Correct. Yeah, we've at this stage we've identified what we want, or at least we've got some ideas going as far as what we want to start pushing. It's just a matter of the staffing to be able to put the messaging together, get it out, make sure that they're following our social media guidelines for like proper engagement with anybody that say responds to comments, things like that. So it's staffing it up so that it can be scheduled and more frequently used.
Now, are these geared towards like public service announcements about chiropractic, or are they more about informing what the board is doing to our licensees and stakeholders?
A little bit of everything. So that's the idea, is that we want to try to reach all the audiences with enough content that you're not going to overwhelm somebody. You want to be able to reach anybody. So you want to be able, a consumer that's maybe a chiropractic patient that wants to follow the board. You don't want to overwhelm them with so many updates specific to what's going on, with licenses. So just having a healthy feel of everything, so that it kind of would drive anybody to want to follow that page and get good resources. We've also been trying to expand out a little bit, knowing that a lot of our licensees are business owners. Of course, the majority of our followers are California residents. So pushing out other information that could be helpful, like around tax time, how can you get assistance through FTB if you've got a tax issue, things like that. So we're trying to have enough variety to where, there could be something for interest of anybody, And, as we all know, a lot of people will just scroll past things, but you may catch your eye with something. We've also been sharing some more webinars that the Office of the Surgeon General has been putting out. So we've been putting links to those webinars in case any of our health, obviously our licensees or other healthcare practitioners that are following our page might be interested in tuning in, things like that. So we're just trying to have a very wide variety of things that we can put on there.
You mentioned you guys have a list. Can the board get a copy of sort of the list of topics, and
Yes.
then can people sort of add to that so we can see what's on there?
Yes, yeah, that's a great idea.
I imagine it would be good to get some even seasonality to it.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Like just so that things are very specific and timely and kind of intentional.
Yes, yeah. We could even, I'll discuss with the different committees, but we could even put we have a future agenda items on our committee meeting things, but maybe we could have just a standing item on, more of an outreach and almost like a whiteboard session where we can propose those kind of ideas publicly. Sometimes if we, if it's involving more than two, we have to notice it as a meeting. So if we get that at the committee level, that could be helpful.
I think one of the things that's going to best serve the people of California and certainly our licensees is publishing, which we did previously, all the common infractions and all the common violations so that people can be better, versed on what's taking place. We use the analogy of traffic school before, that when you get a ticket, you sit back through and understand all the places where you can go wrong, and just to better educate them. If they're better educated, they're going to probably serve the people on a much better level. And so I think that's one of the initiatives that we need to reinstate so that we can decrease our amount of complaints and whatnot.
Yeah.
One question from my item number 4. Where are we closer to the item number 4 being an initial filing? Where are we at? It says spring of 2025 on the distance learning amendment.
We're getting there. We're working on that package so we can get it through DCA. So that's our top priority package to get done. That's the next one on our list. And then we've got on the agenda today, we've got the comprehensive updates, which is about third on the list, but that's the priorities to get that done. So we're doing all the compiling everything we need to get it up through the process and get it approved. And that's the one where we're requesting, respectfully requesting an expedite through DCA, because DCA is aware of the stakeholder sentiment on the issue. They're aware it's important to us. So I've had conversations with exec about that package. They are aware of it. So that's the one that we are working to move forward.
And is that timeline pretty accurate, that it's going to be happening in the next 30 to 45 days?
I believe so.
Where is it sitting now? Is it in fiscal or?
It's with staff and fiscal right now. So once it clears like staff and fiscal, it clears legal relatively quickly. It clears the director relatively quickly. An agency, it can vary. So I'd say 45 days would be a pretty fair estimate on that.
For public comment?
Yes. Yeah. And and the other thing that, in line with those packages, we do need to, and we'll make sure that we're getting it done, is probably open, whether it's, some I don't want to call them listening sessions, but some outreach with providers and licensees of, that we've separated them into two, what we're trying to do and, what that process looks like. We certainly, of course, encourage anybody to, engage in the process, file public comments on certain issues. But sometimes when they just have a simple question or something, if they engage directly with staff, rather than doing the formal comment and the regulatory proposal, it helps us move things along a little bit faster. And that's one of the things where we're going to have to, when we do get that item out to public comment and we've got the comments, I'll likely be reaching out to the board to, potentially schedule a 1-hour lunch session where we can just get in and get board approval of our responses to the comments so that we're not stuck on some sort of quarterly meeting time before we can move it forward.
Right. Expedite it, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. So,
Is there any other work we need to do to be ready for agency, or is it just sort of, it's ready, but it depends on how they process it?
no more work on that item.
Okay.
No. And I think, and we've discussed some of the, we've this board's been doing a lot of good work on developing the regulations to where we're not, it's just a administrative issue of being able to, to process and move things along, but we're not getting too far down those stages now where all of a sudden we have questions or we have to bring it back for major issues. But especially as we're getting a little bit closer into sunset and we've got a lot of these packages starting to move, I'll be in communication with the board about, potentially just carving out maybe a 1 hour, one-off board meeting just so we can get some of our reg items. If we just need a simple motion or if we need the board to maybe review some comments and approve, we don't have to, wait, 2 or 3 more months out. Maybe we can move those along a little bit quicker as well.
Agreed. Thank you. Any other comments? Questions? Okay, no public present for that. Thank you, Ms. Walker, for your report. We'll move to agenda item number 11. This is the report from the licensing committee by Dr. Pamela Daniels, our chair of the licensing committee, and I will give you the floor.
Great. So as most of you know, we've been, our top priority has been working on the amending the curricular program. And so we've spent a lot of time talking to different universities, presidents. We had a quorum, well, a meet with many of the schools on just the clinical encounter definition. So a lot of the stakeholders have different opinions. And so we've been working through that. And I've been working with the president of Northwestern as far as language, et cetera. So, as most of you know, the main thing is we're trying to get rid of the overly prescriptive regulatory items in there, such as 90% attendance, interview, et cetera, all the things that cost the schools a lot of money, a lot of time, and don't really enhance the education. So Kristen's been working with OAL. Again, we've been trying to go through this process so that we are having some idea of what we can do and what we can't do at the time that we're changing it so that we don't get all the way down the process. Like in 2018, there was a document that wouldn't have passed OAL because it wasn't investigated. So we're trying to avoid that issue. So we made a lot of progress. We were hoping to have kind of the draft. There's some changes in language as far as the accrediting agency. We've been working on the percentages, the table, trying to modernize that but stay within the act. We've also been editing the clinical encounters for a more competency-based type quality, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from the stakeholders on that as well, and also clarifying and cleaning up the preceptorship, what that means, the definitions, how long that lasts, what is the education around that. So that's sort of the biggest document, and I think Kristen can clarify. I think you were adding in a lot of those edits. So in July, we'll have a draft. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we're just about there. I'm just incorporating a lot of our latest discussion items into a final working draft. I'm going to run that through the licensing committee and get that off to legal. And the goal is actually if we can deliver a, legally vetted text at the July meeting so we can kickstart the rulemaking process in the July meeting.
Okay. Yeah. So we feel like I've for a couple years have been talking with the stakeholders. So we feel like we have enough information. And again, we've been trying to draft the language so that it'll give relief to the schools, enhance the competency without having to open the act. And, we kind of see it as, I know there's a lot of conversations with opening the act that we shouldn't, but there's so much that we can do without opening the act to give the schools relief and make them a little bit more competitive. And so all the schools are on board with kind of what we have so far. So that's definitely in process, and we've made a lot of changes to the language. Like I said, to add competency, take out the overly prescriptive, be in line with CCE, but also safeguard California with our specific requirements that are in the act. certain classes such as pharmacology, dermatology, et cetera, which some of the other schools are not doing. So we're trying to find pathways for that and also contemporizing the route that they do. So we're changing it from, regular hours to clock hours or equivalent, so schools can demonstrate how they get it done, gives them the flexibility to get the education done without our overly prescriptive rules. So all the schools seem to be pretty happy with how much progress we've made so far. So before I go on to the next one, is there any questions on that? No? Okay. I'm going to jump for a second. So the licensing committee, the next things on the agenda, we're starting the conversation about AI. I've already started doing some literature searches on the impact of AI in medicine in general, and then applying it to chiropractic. Their next big thing is working on reciprocity. We've already started doing some investigation with different states. What are they doing? And then we're also working, next up is also definition of place of practice, figuring out what definition of place of practice is with the mobile, and trying to institute perhaps a QR code so that you can find the doctors if they're in a corporation and they're out on the field. So we can have public protection, and if, say somebody's out, they get adjusted at an event, if that patient is uncomfortable asking for the doctor's license, which is how it's stated now, having that information more available, so that the person is, if they feel uncomfortable or shy or intimidated or whatever it is. So we're working on all those. The conversation that I would like a little bit of input, since I think we have some time, is we're considering a retired status for Doctor of Chiropractic, and that does have some fiduciary implications, but we are trying to create a survey because I really want to hear from the licensees as far as how they feel about it, because that probably would mean increased fees for the licensees who are active. And so we had a questionnaire. What was the questionnaire from before that we're modifying?
It was originally based on the inactive license status and a potential reduced fee for the inactive license.
Right. And so we are trying to get a questionnaire to pass out to the licensees, and I've reached out to some of the CE providers to see if they can help push out the survey so that we can reach the licensees. So using other people to get the information out. So really just asking, are people interested in a retired license? We have several questions. And so we really don't have a formal or appropriate way for one of our licensees to retire. It either gets canceled or goes into forfeiture. And so, I don't know, kind of leaves a bad taste in people's mouths. So other professions have a retired license category. We do not. So I just kind of wanted to pause there and just see, as far as the board member, any thoughts or discussion points on the possibility of a retired license.
So, yeah, thank you. When we look at other professions, and what is the general differentiation between an active license and a retired license? And
Well,
With the retired license, they will pay a one-time fee to be issued a retired license. They don't need to renew it. And that status will just remain on the website. And then they can't practice obviously with a retired license, but it usually includes some sort of designation where they can continue using a title, but with a retired status. So somebody, that retires could continue to represent themselves as a DC or a retired DC, not, representing themselves as active and practicing to the public, but they would get to, keep the title protection. And then they also, on the DCA search system, when somebody looks them up, the most common thing we hear from the board or at the staff level is like, I don't want it to show forfeiture on my license. It's just, that term itself has an even more negative connotation than, the word expired.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it gives them a more distinguished exit, because if you were to look up somebody that you had, a colleague that you knew, 20 or 30 years ago, and you look up their status, it would, rather than saying, forfeiture or canceled, or they're continuing to pay every year for a license they're not using, it could instead just say retired.
thank you. It's effectively semantics beyond they're both inactive licenses, and we're changing some verbiage to kind of allow them to still be represented as, I didn't, the forfeiture probably to the public too brings up things about.
We'll start with a discount.
Right.
Cancel forfeiture,
Okay.
Fired or
It's also very informative for patients if they're trying to locate a former provider and they go on the DCA search system and they look up a provider they might have had a few years ago and they see retired. That's very easy for patients to understand what that means compared to forfeiture, canceled, anything else like that.
I know we've had previous discussions, and I think that's why I was just clarifying where we're at, is with where we had stakeholders actually reach out to us, and the idea behind desiring a retired licensure status was so that they could continue to do evaluations only where they don't form a doctor-patient relationship necessarily, but they're still using their clinical skills as a DC to do QMEs, IMEs, et cetera, AMEs, et cetera. And so I think we settled that in previous meetings that we would consider that kind of active practice.
Well, that's in our definition of inactive and active that's sitting in regulation right now.
Yeah. And so we're still back to the inactive is essentially the same with the change of verbiage for
Retired is
the
inactive.
retired title. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the only difference between the inactive and retired, other than the term, is that inactive has to be renewed annually. Retired is a one-time fee, and you don't have to renew it. And then the other kind of reason for needing, our problem is trying to get data on the actual impact because we know that there's a population of licensees that have active or inactive status that could potentially make the jump and go to retired status. We also don't know of the people that choose not to renew and allow their license to lapse from year to year, how many of those people would have gone into the retired. So it's like trying to get a grasp of what that population could even look like so we can make an informed decision or informed recommendation to the board on that area. It's one of those struggles where we don't have data. People don't report to us when, if they decide not to renew their license, they don't submit a report to the board and say, I'm retired, I'm not renewing my license. So we don't have the data. We need to get that. And that's where it'd be helpful, to be able to, partner with the providers, with the associations to drive that data towards us so we can develop it for the board.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a financial impact because if it's much, I forget the numbers, but a lot of licensees have practiced like us over 25 years. So, what does that look like? How many of those would jump to retired? It's a one-time fee. So, there are financial impacts as well as far as how many people that would be jumping to a retired, a one-time fee versus renewing annually.
Understood.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any idea on that fiscal impact? Do we have any, is that what the surveys are going to be geared towards?
The survey is geared towards giving us data so we can measure the hit on our fund, what that would end up looking like. The authority that allows us to adopt a regulation allows the board to charge a fee not to exceed the reasonable cost of issuing a retired license. So the actual retired license fee itself is going to be very minimal just to cover the staff costs of issuing it. But then, the resulting impact of not getting those annual fees from that population, that's what we need to measure, and that's what we need the survey.
So is the idea then that some people just keep their status active because they don't want to have their license say,
Correct.
forfeiture or expired?
Yeah.
So they just keep paying it?
And same with inactive. We have a number of people that maintain an inactive license, and then from year to year, so that's their status versus forfeiture or canceled. And we know that because what sometimes happens is if they miss one of those renewal payments or it gets lost in the mail and they go into forfeiture, the only way to restore your license is back to active status with CE, and then you can put it back into inactive. That's required by law. So they'll be contacting us and say, well, I've been retired for the last 10 years. Just give me my license back in inactive status. Don't make me go to CE when I'm not using it. I'm just paying you all. So we've got to put numbers on that.
Makes sense.
I think regardless of the fiscal impact, the right thing to do is actually honor these people and give them a retired status. I think the thing we need to be careful of is that people may take the retired status when they actually, they get the Tom Brady syndrome and they want to come back 2 or 3 times. How are we going to handle that? What is going to be the threshold for them choosing retired versus inactive if they're just trying to save money. But I do think I've looked at the website myself many times, and I did as soon as recent as Tuesday with a colleague that reached out and they said, well, I'm no longer practicing. Well, from my perspective, I like to know, did they lose their license? They're in forfeiture. Did they retire? And unfortunately, as you know, many people that have had their license revoked like to say, I'm retired now. And I think we should allow those people that retired truly without any blemish on their record to be honored in that regard and have that title.
And just to respond to one of the points there, those are all good points. But the committee did discuss that reentry pathway and what that would look like, and the committee had discussed just aligning it with the same process if it's a forfeiture or a canceled license. So it's going to be time dependent. If you've been retired for less than 4 years, you follow the forfeiture restoration path. If it's beyond 4 years, follow what you would do with a canceled license. So we did build that in case somebody changes their mind and wants to come back.
Any other comments? No, that sort of leads us into the next one a little bit. So we have a suggested motion, but the topic, we talked about it last meeting, is the proposal to clarify the application and exam process for the Doctor of Chiropractic licensure. I'll let Ms. Walker talk the overview, but for me, the highlight that the committee worked on was they had in the language additionally using the spec exam, but that wasn't a practical exam, and the licensing committee felt that anything over the 4-year period really needed to have more of a clinical competency guarantee, trying to align with enforcement, forfeiture, cancel, and so we had added the language of NBC Part 4 instead of the spec exam, which is just really a written multiple choice, question. We felt clinical competency needed to be included when you're getting at that kind of 4-year mark as far as your psychomotor skills, et cetera. So do you want to do more of the background on that?
Sure. So within the meeting materials, the attachment to this agenda item is proposed text that staff is requesting that the board approve at the meeting today and authorize us to initiate the rulemaking process. The proposal and the text itself is quite lengthy, but the proposal is actually quite simple in that what we're doing is clarifying the existing process for the application and exams leading to a Doctor of Chiropractic license. And we had to incorporate a number of the different expedite and temporary licensure pathways that the legislature has passed. So we've got in there the temporary and expedited licensure and fee waiver for military spouses, domestic partners, the expedited licensure for veterans, those involved in the Department of Defense Skill Bridge program, refugees, asylees, and special immigrant visa holders. So that was the basis for the majority of that text. Is just we're moving towards the model in our regulations where rather than incorporating forms by reference, which then have to be updated and every time you want to change the form, instead in plain language in the regulation, just state the requirements. Mm-hmm. And from the staff perspective, going through that exercise is actually quite telling, because then it really begs the question of why do we ask for certain items that are on the application? Because once you start putting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of those things that an applicant needs to provide, that's when you start, like our current application form that we use has a driver's license number on it. Is that required? Are you required to have a driver's license to have a chiropractic license? No. So certain things like that were cleaned up as we were putting that text together. But that's all the stuff that staff more so puts together just to make sure we've got a defendable regulation there. And then on the policy side, what the committee discussed was the fact we had an issue with the fact that the current regulations don't have any way of ensuring somebody's current competency to practice when they want to enter into the profession. So the way the current regulations are written, somebody that graduated from chiropractic college, and this is an extreme example, but it's true, somebody that graduated from chiropractic college 30 years ago could apply today and give us all of their 30-year-old test scores and documentation and be qualified to have a license. We have no assurance that they, are currently able to practice. So that's where that 4-year period kind of comes in. It was trying to be consistent across the different programs. The enforcement committee first started that 4-year period with the petitions for reinstatement and wanting to have them take a practical exam. The licensing committee discussed that and took a similar approach of let's be consistent across the board and came up with the 4-year period. So within this text, it's clarifying the existing process to receive a license, but then on top of it, it's adding a new competency requirement that to be eligible for a license, you have to have either passed Part 4 or actively practiced chiropractic in another state within the preceding 4 years before your application. And if not, you would have to, retake Part 4. So if you did everything 10 years ago and didn't pursue your license, at a minimum, you would have to go and sit again for the Part 4 practical for you to have a current test score and be eligible for licensure. So that's the materials that are in the packet is that proposed text. I believe it's been shared with the board in a prior meeting, or I know we discussed it at the last one, but the text that's in the materials has been fully vetted through legal counsel. And then we have one of those, the board's favorite, very long suggested motions to use to initiate the rulemaking process.
Kristen, I had a question. I know I've asked before on just in the language, and you might have told me, but why do we have, if any, applicant's email address, if any, telephone number, if any? It just freaks me out when you write that. Is that a legal thing that we have to have that? It just seems like we need that information. It's not a if any.
Well, the board can remove it, but the if any, so theoretically, it's like, if you don't have if any in there and the person legitimately doesn't have a phone number, they can't be licensed. And then you would have to justify to OAL why a phone number is required to be a licensee. It's kind of the same as the driver's license info. You would have it there, but if you say driver's license number and someone doesn't have one, you're saying you can't practice. So
I read that and I'm going to put it,
it's
Optional.
Yeah, I read it as optional. Like that's not optional.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have one.
So the term if any doesn't make it optional, it's if you have one. So it's the similar approach that we took for the address of record regulation that's now moving to final filing, where you have to file it if you have one. If you don't have one, you have to affirmatively tell us you don't. So that's what the form would look like. You would say, I don't have a phone number.
I just need to
It's a good question. A good question.
I have a question just as background. What did we, in the process, did we learn anything about what other professions do as far as re-entry? Like, how would the 4 years, et cetera, like, what do other professions do in those similar situations?
We anecdotally looked at some of the other programs, and we're aware that like some of the other healing arts boards do have like kind of washout periods that you have to use for testing. We didn't do a deep dive on it because when we were developing that recommendation, we were aligning with kind of that 4-year period that the board's setting as being basically the competency period and trying to be consistent. So we didn't dive into it much further. The rationale was using aligning it with our enforcement program, so we'd have consistency at the board level.
What does 4 years look like compared to what we saw anecdotally?
I think it's around the same. If I recall correctly, we were looking, or I want to say other boards might have had around 5 years. It wasn't too much, like we're not too far off the path of what we were seeing.
Okay, and a requirement to some practical skills testing, like Part 4. Was that also something we saw?
If I recall, I think those boards may have been for the entire exam, but for like the development of this one, we were looking at current competency to be able to practice and apply those practical skills. And looking at the Part 4 exam, it covers all of those components of managing a patient case and through the treatment outcomes. So that's where the rationale came from, that specific piece.
No, I understand that. I think my question is, did we see that in other boards where they have like re-entry requiring some practical
I don't
skills?
think we looked at it that closely.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
Not that we.
Yeah.
I think the genesis originally came from when we were doing enforcement cases and we were all kind of ending up on, we're sick and tired of seeing CE for 10 years, 5 years or whatever. And we all kind of were moving the line to where's clinical competency with psychomotor skills. So I think that was the original genesis.
It was the continuing repeating of the same courses. Yes. Are you really improving your competency just because you're sitting in a,
Different class.
with that, I mean, I think it makes much more sense. What's your physical skill after that long?
Understood. Yeah, I was a big proponent of that. So I wrote that like what we looked at and just referencing it.
The
Okay.
only challenge I see here is, I think it's a great idea, first of all, but we're basing it on 4 years of them having an active license, not of actually physically practicing, right? Because we have no way of verifying that. So someone in another state can, with minimal level of competency, or even without practicing, maintain an active license, and as a result, come to California, where we should have a little higher standard, and pass through that burden. And so, I think one thing we should consider is when they were licensed, and
Well, it says actively practice.
how do we
So
verify that?
that's what we're gonna need to work on as far as verifying, but it's not just has an active license, it's actively practicing. So I mean, we need to work on verifying.
Probably have to make a description of what active practice
Yeah.
means, like
Yeah.
minimum.
But do we have the authority to actually investigate if they were truly active in that state? We don't. I mean, we can't, unless, what are you gonna do, ask for paper
I think
files?
we can, in the interest of public protection. I think we can say, how much have you practiced? You need to verify that you have been active practice, and we set our minimum standards, whatever those may end up being, and then they're going to have to verify that. Did they practice 18 hours a week, 20 hours a week, whatever it is?
I don't wanna make it overburdensome, but
Or
also.
maybe an attestation to that.
Yeah.
There's people that have been out of school 30 years. I'm one of them, but I've stayed current and active with a lot of different things. And I know that there's contemporaries and my peers that have not whatsoever. And I've interviewed them, I've hired and fired them. And they consider themselves an active practice, and they shouldn't be. And so they should be taking a test because it's been so long that they've been out. So it's nothing that is actionable right now, but I think that is just a little word of caution that we may want to look at that, and not just rely on a standard what another state imposed, because so many of these other states have such a low entry burden that we don't want to be in the same situation.
And if I could respond to that just briefly, so they do have to attest that they've actively practiced on their license application and under penalty of perjury. So they do have to affirmatively tell us that they were. With most licenses, we don't know whether they're using them or not. But the key there to keep in mind is that they do have to pass the California Chiropractic Law Exam as well. So that gets their foot in the door. Maybe the board needs to look at that CCLE, and is there a need to? Right now, it's a law and ethics exam. Are there certain areas of practice that are essential for serving the California population that maybe need to be incorporated in that exam, so that we can assess them that way? Because anybody that comes through the door has to do that law exam. Maybe that's another an option.
And I think the law exam doesn't get us much in regards to public protection. I think clinical competency is far more important. And remember that other states have different scopes of practice. So if we're protecting the people of California, we need to make sure that whoever's licensed here is appropriately and competently able to provide primary care services and be able to diagnose and know what the red flags are. And so I think that's my concern. You go to places like Michigan or other places that the chiropractor is simply manipulating the spine and not doing evaluations, not doing physicals, not holding themselves to a higher standard, not holding themselves to the standard that we demand of our licensees. So we have to be careful in that regard. So I think I would be 100% in favor of replacing a law exam if we were not able to add to it, replacing a law exam with a competency exam, because that's really what's going to protect people the most. Knowing the laws is protecting the licensee, but it's not protecting the people.
Correct. Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point. I think it'd be helpful for providing the board with some assurances that during the initial licensure process, but then also in the subsequent discussions on reciprocity, because that's the same issue. Is we're trying to look at all these different states. Everyone has there's a lot of different scopes. There's a lot of different levels. There's just different practice acts, different requirements. But how do you set a standard so that you can ensure safe competency to practice in California? And potentially that law exam that we're currently using could be the gateway. You'd have to obviously measure the gaps, so that we're not making something redundant to a national exam, but there's probably some clinical components there that we could use. It would also be a more effective enforcement tool, because we make anybody that's on probation take the law exam, but could the law exam be more of a law and professional practice exam, which I think the board used to have, but
Well, that's why we used the spec previously, for a little more competency than a law exam.
Well, maybe that's a thought right there is,
That's what I was wondering.
if somebody attests that they're in active practice, in addition to taking the law exam, for those people that are under 4 years, they take the spec. Instead of just the law exam, they take the spec, and then if they're out of practice or been active, then that's where the part 4 will come in. Maybe that's a way to do that, because if they're in active practice, the spec shouldn't be that difficult for them. Unless you're wanting to evaluate their physical capability, which is what part 4, that's why we're doing part 4, because we're thinking about the physical aspect of practice as well as their.
I think part 4 is great. Just once again, I'm just stating that somebody may fall within that, having not lost their license, having been so-called in active practice in other states that have a pretty low barrier for what constitutes an active practice.
Yes.
And we know that practitioners from various schools and the standard that they hold themselves up to is subpar, in my opinion, in California.
So, I mean, what we need is a proposed solution. So we have, the suggested part 4 for people who have not been in active practice. And then we have people saying they're in active practice coming from another state, and we have different qualifications. So what test are we going to use in our regulation to ensure that they are competent? Say they passed part 4, but they didn't practice for 5 years, or they say they practiced from 5 years, they're coming from another state. So what's sufficient? Is it, using spec and the CCLE? Do we have to come up with a whole new test of competency? I mean, we need a suggestion for a solution.
Yeah, I don't think it should be any more burdensome than an individual out of practice. So I think we should explore if we can, and if so, how we would verify what their patient hours are, and the attestation would be great. But what is going to define that? 30 hours a week of active practice? The patient numbers? I mean, that needs to be explored. I'm not suggesting that I have an answer for you right now. I just.
Yeah. So my recommendation would be, to let you move on with your report, would be that we kind of kick that back to the committee to now with some suggestions from the board that maybe that's an area that needs to be more honed in. I mean, I think having an attestation, my suggestions are along the same lines of attestation, but I think also having some, minimum standards, what we consider would be active practice.
So can we look is the occupational analysis done? I reached out to NBC and never heard back.
No, their 2025 report isn't done. We've got our state occupational analysis that OPES did last year, and now they're going to be evaluating the national standards for us, but they are on hold until that 2025 practice analysis is released by NBCE.
Because I know, or I thought I recall, they have kind of average number of hours, sole proprietor, et cetera. There are some numbers in the last occupational analysis that we might be able to look at and draw from as far as what establishes an active practice, because it's already they run those numbers in that analysis.
I think we can certainly research this more. I just want to caution the board that if we're adding additional layers, we're going to be affecting licensure portability and the ease for reciprocity. The text that we do have has been fully vetted. If it's just a matter of wanting to add gather additional information from the licensee, like have them attest to practicing a minimum of 25 hours per week or something like that, that's something that we can I'd have to confirm with Stephen, but we could likely amend into a motion today and move it forward. You still have the opportunity once it goes out for public comment, to, if the board changes their mind and wants to modify text, we can modify it. But if we kick it back entirely,
Agree.
we're kind of back where we started.
We're going backwards. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not bringing up things because I wanted to be kicked back. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that there was a motion on the floor that this isn't an actionable item. That was just a discussion. So,
Ready to go.
so if it's ready to go, I mean, I think we do have to, we can't make it more burdensome than we would make for a graduate.
Well,
We also have to trust our licensees or trust.
I like the idea of having,
Further
you know,
clarification.
having
of
some
the-
clarification. I mean,
yeah.
saying, what's something that we can come up with right now that we could add to that's not going to be overly burdensome to delay the process, but that would satisfy. I mean, we've already got the person that's inactive. We're saying you got to do part fours.
Yeah.
But we're talking about that person that might fall in the in between. Should we say attestation, but attesting that they've practiced a minimum of 20 hours a week, 25? Is that something? Is there a number we can agree on?
I mean,
That we think
we
is
don't need to
reasonable?
reinvent the wheel on that. Do we have, is there?
Well, that's what she's asking about the occupational analysis. We don't have that number.
I mean, I would think
Right.
20 hours a week should be, you can't expect them to be full-time, right? I think that would be.
Not active practice. I mean, well, you figure if somebody's working 3 days a week, 8 hours a day, that's 24 hours. That's, it seems a 20 to 25 hour range.
But I mean, now, you just start, I just start thinking, we say 20 hours, but then you exclude, you say, you want to pick minority group women and they had a baby and they're
Yeah.
working 15 hours, 10 hours, because they're so confident, but now they're excluding defining the hours.
I agree. It is.
I think that's a slippery slope because, one thing in our sunset review is what are we doing for, I don't know.
Make it easier for reciprocity, right?
Well, for reciprocity, but for minority groups in the field.
Right.
And so now you start making that more
So could you,
prohibitive. So I don't know what to do, but
real quick, can you read what the language is real quick? Is it, there's a stuff, partner says attestation?
Well, to be eligible for the issuance of a Doctor of Chiropractic license, an applicant shall, and then number 1, complete the minimum educational requirements for Doctor of Chiropractic licensure specified in section 331.4 or 5 as applicable. That's met our minimum educational requirements. Pass the NBC parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and physiotherapy that are specified further in the text. And then number 3, this is the one we're talking about. Provide documentary evidence of one of the following pre-licensure competency requirements. Either taken and passed the NBCE Part 4 practical exam within the previous 4 years preceding the date of submission of the license application, or been actively licensed and practiced chiropractic in another state, district, or territory of the United States within the previous 4 years preceding the date of submission of the license application that's specified. Then they have to submit their application, and then the applicant, you find the data, their background.
But those are two that are related to competency.
Yeah, and
Those two.
but that application itself has to contain a statement signed and dated by the applicant under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that all statements made in the application or any accompanying attachments are true and correct. And one thing to keep in mind too is that, if the text is approved today, the licensing committee is working on reciprocity and recommendations in that. If the outcome of those recommendations is there's a standard that should maybe be changed, you can always come back and do a modification to this text for consistency with whatever those findings are, and then just issue out new text.
I'm satisfied with that because I think we're going to get another bite at the apple if it comes up again. So my suggestion would be that someone present a motion.
Well, there's a motion on the bottom of page 3.
I just want to make one comment before we get to the motion. I think in comparing to other healthcare specialty boards, I would just advise that we look up, not down. And we look at the medical board, the osteopathic board, and the nurses, not at all the allied health boards like acupuncture or whatnot. We want to be holding ourselves to the highest standard possible, not what other boards that don't have the same scope of practice that we do.
Well, at the same time, we don't want to be excluding people that are competent but don't meet, an hour per week minimum. I mean, that's that can be a bit biased and not really following California.
And like you said, people take time off. What happened if you did that before the pandemic?
Yeah.
This is last 4 years, right? What if you didn't?
Or one of the people can be furthering their education, so they drop their hours to 10 a week. They're applied for a different program.
It's a slippery slope, like you said. And
I mean, I think we still need to look,
Yeah.
we can still look into it and see if there's, more that, as Dr. Adams says, have another bite at it, but I'm concerned about overly defining it.
And is there an opportunity, unless we expect that there's going to be a very high volume of this, to have people have an explanation of what they've been doing? So on a case-by-case basis, you review the scenario where if we have a female that took time off to care for her kids, but she's maintained some active educational requirements, she may.
I think that I think that falls into the spirit of it, that they're testing and they're documenting that they have.
Yeah.
I think that's in there. I think that's in the language, that
Okay.
they're documenting that they have.
It would just be nice to hear on a case-by-case basis if they're on the border, what has been taking place. But I know that gets into some subjectivity also.
That's the challenge with case by case, is that OAL will make you define the standards that you're going to use to make that case by case determination, and it becomes pretty difficult. That's why really my recommendation is to look for we'll get into it for sunset and maybe a future agenda item, is maybe revisit the law exam and whatever those standards that need to be kind of assessed at prior to licensure to make sure that someone's safe and competent to practice here in California. Maybe it needs to be tested at that stage, because then you've got these different pathways of getting in the door, but you've got one standard before the license is issued. Just a thought.
Right, and the application itself will have the attestation at the bottom, right? So if you fill out, you're checking the box, yes, I have actively practiced and licensed, we have to assume people are going to
Yes.
be honest. We can't force everybody to be honest.
When you
A lot
can.
of times we might find out, especially if it's reciprocity from another state or who knows. But yeah, you have to also give them the benefit of the doubt. They're should be treated like professionals. And I know that's not. There are bad apples out there.
Did you have another comment, Dave?
No, I was going to make a motion. Oh, wait.
Dr. Azzolino, any other?
No, I'm satisfied we can move forward. I do think the one thing that I'm hearing and I agree with is the thing that really needs to be updated is the law exam. I know people that have taken it and they're memorizing facts, and it's not making them a better practitioner.
Okay. All right. It sounds like Dr. Parrish, you wanted to make a motion.
Can it not be submitted as published?
No.
Permission to make a motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve the proposed regulatory text for California Code of Regulations, CCR, Title 16, Sections 320, 321, and 340 to 349 in the attachment. Direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review, and if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulation at CCR Title 16, Sections 320, 321, and 340 to 349 as noticed.
I'll second that motion. Any other discussion or comments? Seeing no public comment, Ms. Cruz, would you take the roll?
Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Dr. Azzolino,
Yes.
Dr. Paris.
Yes.
All right, motion passed.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. It's 10:30. I know that the executive meeting is adjourned at around 10 o'clock. So I think what we'll do is we'll go out and see if we can get Dr. Oberstein's representative. So are we okay with a 5-minute? What do we need to do by law? So
We should give 15 minutes for staff. for civil service staff, we have to give them a 15-minute
Okay,
break.
so I have 10:29, we'll call it 10:30, we'll re-adjourn here at 10:45, and we'll go back to agenda items 8 and 9 with the college representative. Are you finished with your item 11?
Oh, yeah.
Was that motion?
Do you want more?
We completed agenda item 11, so we'll go back to 8 and 9. All right,
Good job.
be back at 10:45, everyone. Okay. All right. We are back in full force. Back to agenda items 8 and 9.
Can we do roll call?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yes, we need to finish up agenda item 11 by doing the roll call.
Or,
Ms. Cruz?
for the vote, or no?
Yeah.
We did.
I thought we already did the vote.
Yeah.
I thought the vote had.
Come back.
Roll call?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, we'll do the roll call.
Normally.
Take 3 seconds. Oh,
Okay,
so you take the roll.
all right, Dr. Adams,
I'm here.
Dr. Daniels,
Present.
Ms. Cruz, present, Dr. Azalino,
Present.
Dr. Paris.
Present. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. We are now officially back on the record.
There you go.
Okay. We're going back to agenda items 8 and 9. We're pleased to have with us representing Life Chiropractic College West, the provost, Dr. Scott Donaldson. And he's going to give us an update on some things that are happening with the college as well as the campus in Bellevue, Nebraska. So we will
Thank
spend
you.
some time for you to give us a little
Sure.
bit, allow us to answer some questions.
I appreciate that, absolutely. So Bellevue, Nebraska, I'm sure you're aware, we started a campus there a couple of years ago. What I was asked to update you on is the accreditation status at Bellevue. We have 2 accreditors. The WASC accreditor here in California used to be regional, they're now institutional. They've accredited our Bellevue campus almost immediately. They did do a site visit. That was a fun time because of the storms and stuff that happened, but nonetheless, they got through it and they did give us accreditation on that with no findings or anything like that at all. The CC is a little different animal to tackle, as I'm sure you're aware. We have CC accreditation here on this campus. The CC, the policy is currently when you start a campus like this, it's in what's known as an AES, an additional education site. So we basically take what we do here in California and we transplant it somewhere else, in this case, Nebraska. It's the same curriculum, it's the same program, it's the same clinical experience, it's the same, all the different components that exist here exist there, okay? But nonetheless, what we have to do is we have to wait till we get the first class within 1 year of graduating in order to go through a CCE cycle. And their argument for that is that we want data out of that school as well as this school. We say they're the same, let's prove that we're getting the same kind of results, right? So we're getting the same kind of pass rates in our classes, we're getting the same kind of board scores, we're getting the same kind of, all the different things we have to measure and do, right? For CC and other people, they want us to measure to the extent possible those things and then present them in a report to that extent. As it works, I was telling Sergio and Larry here a minute ago, we're up for reaffirmation this next year, and the timing actually is like exactly perfect. We'll submit a report for both campuses in the fall of this year, and then we'll have a site visit in the spring of next year for both campuses, right? I've been on some of those site visits before for CCE, and they're not difficult. It's a little more challenging because you go to one and then the other, but that's what it amounts to. You look at one and then the other. And we don't have to be exactly the same because we don't have exactly the same people, exactly the same students and so forth, but we have to show similarities between the 2 campuses. If we can do that, the campus will be accredited, right? By CCE, probably by July of next year after their meeting. So we'll turn in the fall, we'll have the visit in the spring. Their meeting up subsequent to that spring is in July, and that's when they will either invite us to that meeting or they'll stamp approval on it one way or the other. We won't know that until July of next year, okay? It's an interesting proposition to attract students to a school that's not accredited yet. It's less of a problem when you've got a campus been accredited for 40 years, and you're saying we're duplicating this program here, and this one has never had a problem, so this one should not, right? That's kind of our premise right now. The president has been working with CCE to try and get them to change those standards to where if this one's accredited or giving the same program, accredit us and see approve us not worked out rather than assume that, otherwise. And there's some validity to that, and that's a conversation that is happening at CCE. Didn't stop us from moving forward. It'll probably take years for them to change that. We'll all be retired by then, but it's a conversation that's happening at CC right now. So that's kind of where that Nebraska campus is standing. I just got a meeting with the student council there. There's amazing students there. There really is. It's okay. Get that for you? I can. One of the differences the only real difference in the program is that there in Bellevue, we take in 2 classes per year. Here we take 4, right? It's on a quarter system just like we are. So we only admit in the fall and in the winter there. So there's no spring class and there's no summer class. And the classes are intentionally smaller. It's a smaller campus in this. The class size would max out at 35 people on that campus. Here we max out about 90. So it's intentionally so because of the space limitations there, because it's an additional educational site. We don't want it to be another 600 person campus. We want to keep it smaller. So that's an intentional difference that we've also got to keep track of over time. Does that make a difference in our education or not? Is that a good model to follow? Some education models will tell you that it is a good model to follow. Well, you've got a smaller cohort of students moving through the program. Your excellent students are going to excel wherever they go to school, right? The students who struggle can get better attention in that kind of environment. At least that's the theory. And so that's one of the things we're tracking and looking at as we go through the process, is how many students and, how well do they do regardless of how they came in and what they look like. And, does anybody get lost? Here, it's a lot easier to get lost in 600 than it is in, 200 students, right? So, any questions?
How many students do we currently have enrolled there?
We have, right now, we've admitted 4 cohorts, and we're at about 45 to 48, somewhere in that range. Don't know exactly where. Sorry.
And I'm sure you look at the demographics
Yep.
and where they're coming from and whatnot.
Mostly Omaha and Iowa.
Okay.
We've got one student from Colorado there. Unlike California, when you look at them, there's not the diversity that you see because we're right in the middle of the country. So it's a lot of white kids, right? Here, if you walk around this campus, we're not that way anymore in California. The diversity comes out in other ways. It's much more, very much we've got LGBTQ students there. We've got students there that are different religions and stuff like that. And so there's a lot of that kind of diversity. But when you just look at them, you don't see it.
Has there been a path or a desire for any of the students that are here to move there for cost purposes?
Not really, no. No. We had a couple students in the very beginning ask about that, and it was more on the front end because once you're here, you're here, why move? But we had a couple on the front end ask about that. I think we might have one student actually choose to go there rather than come here, but not much.
But it would be a straight lateral move, though, right? I mean, they
could plug right in because it's the same program, right? Yeah, you could from here. Yep, you could do that. Yep. And we've talked about that there because we have one student there that's really struggling right now, right? So far, he's been able to keep up, and the problem is there. This is a blessing and a problem. Since we don't admit every term, there's times when classes are not offered, right? Because you don't have a second quarter or first term to fall back into, right? If you fail a class, right? So we've got one student there. He's been able to keep up, but he has considered coming here because he's failed a couple of classes and he wants to keep on track. So hasn't had to do it yet, but he has thought about that.
Any other questions?
Do you guys want students in here today?
I think, well, the whole purpose, as I mentioned to you previously,
Yeah, sorry to
the
change
one
the subject.
that brought the meetings to the schools was to engage the students.
Right.
And so that they would have a better understanding and some sort of connection with the board. Because most of us, when we got out of school, the board was some mystical thing. We'd like them to understand the nuances of what we deal with. We'd certainly like them to be present for the hearing so they could understand, that most of the things that people have offenses for are very avoidable.
Right, they are,
So
right.
they understand how they can better serve
You have a hearing here today?
tomorrow.
If you,
We have 4 tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I'll see what I can do about that then.
It's for their benefit.
Yeah.
First.
Now, we possibility of moving into room 110.
Yeah, if students are able to attend for the petition hearings tomorrow, we can move into a bigger space.
Yeah, that was the goal. If we were going to have students be able to come, 110 was going to be our backup option because it wasn't available today.
And
So
previously, they also received credit. As
Yep.
in the old days, we had
Yep.
the Friday seminar. Well, I think it'd be better use of their time to actually see some of these hearings.
Yeah,
Make it real.
yeah. You're competing with my seminar tomorrow, so.
Well, so that's interesting because the Vice
kidding.
Notices, we didn't know about this until
The last night,
yesterday.
yeah.
Um,
I'll see what I can do about that, okay? You can do 110 tomorrow, hopefully?
You're lecturing tomorrow?
Well, it's our post-service trip seminar. So we've got some kids that went on service trips with us over the break. They could be reporting out, and I run that seminar. Just got back from Tonga, so it was great. But,
Oh, that's wonderful, but
yeah,
you know,
but that's it tomorrow. So I will see what I can do about getting some people over to your meetings tomorrow. Yeah.
previously the ethics
Yep.
class was shelved
Yep.
when they came into it was mandatory. Once again, if we want to make them better practitioners, I think we should make it mandatory that the students attend a state board meeting prior to.
Like I said, I'll do what I can do. Yeah, I'll do what I can do. See what I can do. One more question. What time frame we're looking at tomorrow?
we starting at 9 tomorrow again.
9 tomorrow until.
We're done. Probably
let me see.
between the petitions are scheduled for an hour each. We typically try to stay to that, so
Okay.
that puts us.
So 9, 10, 11.
That
Okay.
puts us to, about 1 o'clock.
Right.
Where we might break for lunch and then come back for closed session
Okay.
to discuss the cases. Hopefully we can expedite that if
Okay.
the petitioners cut to the chase and allow us to get the questions, and we can sometimes expedite it. But
Okay. I will get some word out to the instructors and see what's available tomorrow.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'll 1 day's notice, but I'll do my best. So
Yeah.
I know it's not on you. It's somewhere here that I didn't know about this until now, but that's okay. We'll see what I can help.
So noted.
Scott, back to the
Yeah.
school, you mentioned the student demographics. Well, what about the faculty?
Faculty are very similar. Faculty are all from Omaha.
Okay.
And they're very similar demographics. You're right in the middle of this country. It's a very white community, and it's very white. We're very good across the male-female divide, across the LGBTQ divide, all that kind of stuff. But it's not anything you can see when you go in there.
And why did you guys pick there?
We looked all over the country actually for a first place to try all this out, and we looked for a place where we could go, not where there wasn't so much competition, but there would be a good match for us because we're in a university system, right? We're not part of the university system. We lease the space from Bellevue University, right? And we're on their campus, and they're a great partner, and that's what we're looking for as a great partner. And when we went on Bellevue University's campus, the feel there and the people there, it really aligned with our values, right? Each campus has different values and different systems and so forth. And if they've got space, they're willing to rent it to you. We're looking for more than that. We're looking for someone who would match us, in what we value. Give, do, love, serve. That's our values, right? And so they didn't have that as their values, but boy, it was practiced on that campus big time. From the moment we walked on that campus, it was palpable compared to anywhere else we went to. And we went all the way across the country. We looked at 4 schools in Florida. We looked at schools up in the Northeast. And we looked at, I forget where else in the Midwest. We looked somewhere else in the Midwest, but this was a palpable difference on that campus. And so we honed in on that right away, and it worked out for us. It's actually challenging to find a campus where your values align. One of the things we're trying to create in this environment is one of the reasons this is so important is that we want the culture to be the same, not just the product, not just the what we're delivering in the class, but we want the culture to be the same. We're having a similar experience. We go to someone else's campus, if they don't have those elements there, it's going to be a lot harder to develop that, as we have to work with their administrations. We've got to be in their space as our students are getting interact with their students, right? The campus is about 19,000 students, right? It's a big campus, well, compared to us, it's a big campus, right? And so that was very important to us to find that. And we found it there, and it's worked really, really well. If we ever do look in the future, this will be kind of our model of what we do, not just how we do it, but the culture that's been created there.
And why did you want to keep it small? Was it just because it's a additional site, or was there methodology?
No, the additional site's an important. That's a good question. The additional site it's important to keep it smaller for a couple of reasons. One, you're on someone else's campus, right? When it's someone else's campus, you're limited to their size. So, Bellevue is a very traditional kind of campus, and their classrooms max out at about 40, right? And so, to do lectures beyond that, we'd have to do 2 lectures or 3 lectures, something like that, right? And getting a new site up and running is a challenge anyways, and so build it small and keep it small, and the budget can stay small and be profitable much quicker, actually, when you keep it small. If you design it large, and you have to start small because it's brand new, you cannot be profitable very quickly at all. So.
And what's the max number that you're looking to keep the student population at?
280.
280.
That would be the maximum. It would vary from there a little bit because we take in 2 classes a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
70 students in a year. We'd hit 280, and then we'd graduate one off before we could bring another one on sometimes. So it maximally would fluctuate from probably 250 to 280. Yeah.
I have a question. Is Bellevue public, private, and are they specialized in any way? Or is it a health sciences university or anything?
It's not a health sciences university. It's a public university, but they have tons of programs. They do have health sciences programs there. It's an interesting question because it's always been a challenge at this campus to get articulation agreements with universities around here. It's been just like pulling teeth out. In Nebraska, everybody's willing to write. Do you understand what an articulation agreement is? Articulation agreement, essentially, you do a couple things with that. You go into the university and of any kind, right? And here's our requirements. Do you have programs that meet this? How do we help your students learn about our programs? Not to force them, but just so that I want to become a chiropractor. What does it take, right? And they've got a template of here's what you got to do to get into chiropractic school, right? Is essentially what an articulation agreement is. And there's a number of ways it can be instituted in different institutions. People in Nebraska and Iowa, the schools there are wide open to doing that kind of thing. I think we just signed our 6th one the other day, and I've got a 7th one sitting in my box right this morning who would like to get an articulation agreement going. They're reaching out to us for this campus in Bellevue on that. So I think it's just different that way culturally in the area. I don't think people here, I don't know what it is about chiropractic, whether it's chiropractic. I think sometimes articulation agreements get struck and they sit over on the shelf. Okay, we did that. And I don't know if they're too big or what, but it's been tough here. It's not been tough there to get those going. So it's been interesting.
It's great.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else?
We thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And I'll see what we can do. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Have a
All
great
right.
day.
Have a great day, Scott.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, we covered both agenda items in one shot, so let's go back. Is everybody feel satisfied that we got some answers to what's going on there with their program? Pretty much the same as the program here. And then the question on question number 9. I feel pretty good about the answers that we got from them. I don't know that there was some action that you were talking about before, but I think the best thing is what we were going to just refer it back to the licensing committee because there's not really anything for us to approve yet until they get their accreditation.
Correct. The staff recommendation is to defer action on that request until after that additional educational site in Bellevue has been accredited by CCE. But in the meantime, since they have made that request for board approval, we can on the board's website add like an additional line, acknowledging that school and with putting a status of application in progress pending CCE approval, just so it's a little bit more informative for those seeking licensure, or if students are looking, at least it's acknowledged on our board website.
We can put on the website that they were WASC approved, right? That got completed.
Yeah, we could put something about, we'll work with Dr. Daniels on the messaging on that.
California accreditation.
Yeah, but at least that way it provides, some status that, it's in progress versus right now, there's nothing on the website.
Do we need a motion for that, Sabina, or just put it on the website in that aspect? But obviously we'll be readdressing this next year when that comes through.
Whatever's pending or whatever's currently approved.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, let's jump back to agenda item 12. Review, discussion, and possible action on regulatory proposal regarding continuing education fees, requirements, and approval process. And I'll give the time to Ms. Walker for that.
Sure, thank you. So this agenda item is pretty straightforward. We have the comprehensive continuing education regulation package in motion. We've taken out the distance learning piece. We're going to run that as a single issue proposal and get that implemented, moving forward. And then we've got this larger proposal here that's going to be moving secondary to that. At this point, for the purposes of today's meeting, the proposal and the discussion item for the board is to consider whether to increase the number of required hours in competency 3, which is chiropractic adjustment, manipulation, or technique, from 2 hours to 4 hours, which would thereby make the number of mandatory hours per year a total of 12, increased from 10, and then still obviously maintaining the 24 hours of annual CE. And then also within the text, staff has just replaced 2 prior references to a Council on Chiropractic Education accredited college with a chiropractic program that's been approved by the board for consistency with the language that we're using in our chiropractic program regulations, and also clarifying the fact that the board approves chiropractic programs, and those are the programs through which, if someone's an instructor at one of the board approved programs, they should be exempt from CE. If there's the possibility of having a CCE approved program that's not approved by the board.
Correct.
So narrowing that language so it's a board approved program. But the main discussion item, that's merely just a cleanup of text, but substantive, so it's highlighted in the materials. But within that lengthy text, we highlighted a few the little points where you can see where the adjustments were made to text. But our main agenda item for board discussion is weighing that number of mandatory hours in chiropractic technique. Should it be 4 instead of 2? We've previously in this proposal had a total of 10 hours, 4 hours in evaluation and management, and then 2 hours in technique, record keeping, and ethics, law, and boundaries. Should it instead be 4 hours in evaluation and management, 4 hours in technique, and then 2 hours in the other categories? That's the discussion item. So we're looking for a decision either way on that one from the board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Open for discussion. Recommendations on behalf of the staff, comments or questions? Dr. Paris.
Well, I think I would, I think my sense is to be supportive of course, increasing the mandated hours, perhaps. I'm not sure that I would be supportive of increasing the technique hours per se. And maybe it might be a better consideration to increase the mandated hours, but allow those extra 2 hours to be in kind of a self-directed areas. So, licensees could maybe identify the areas where they feel like, they may need more CE more
So if
directed,
they wanted,
mandated.
if they
CE.
wanted to do more hours of technique, they could do that. If they want to do more hours in evaluation management or in the areas of the required competencies,
Yeah,
give it a floating 2 hours.
yes, that would be my sense. I also think when we look at like previous conversations here, ongoing for many years for everybody here, but previous conversations had revolved around trying, and the whole, I think, kind of the rationale as to when we started looking at increasing mandated CE, we really focused and reflected on enforcement and, what were the areas that we felt were really important, et cetera. And I think if we had to create a hierarchy in, the amount that at least we see in enforcement, I don't know that would direct us to increase technique.
Technique, right.
And there were also discussions over the years with the idea that should we even mandate technique? And I'm not supporting that, and I'm just saying historically, there were discussions around should we mandate technique when it's really the core intervention and it's something that providers do every day. And we landed on yes, we think that thus that makes it important. But some of those conversations were around, well, how much mandated technique do we need around something that we don't see a lot of enforcement action around, and also something that we feel like DCs do very well and already have substantial expertise. And I would further reflect that back upon when we've had discussions on an issue that's coming up later, the animal chiropractic. We've stated as such that we maintain a high level of expertise. So all of those reasons are kind of my rationale behind. I'm supportive if we go to 12. I think I'm not as supportive if we direct it to technique.
I like that idea of having it, well, because it's already kind of in the spirit of the continuing education we have right now, right? We've mandated 2 hours of ethics and then 4 hours of these other areas, kind of a floating. You can do it in this, you can do it in this, you can do it in this. So I like the idea of that of having that 2 hours of any of the other competencies that you want. If you feel like you need more work on technique, that could be your choice. You need more on ethics or documentation. I think you and I also had talked at one point about the possibility of saying, well, let's up ethics by 1 and record keeping by 1, because those are areas that we have from an enforcement standpoint. We're not getting a lot of enforcement on evaluation and management, I say, but we're getting our enforcement issues primarily are on documentation and ethics.
Yeah,
Including the billing aspects and those. So that would be another way to go, is to just pinpoint those 2 areas that are areas of concern.
yeah. I think too, kind of the high bar of expectation for continuing education is that self-identification of, maybe knowledge gaps and needs, learning needs.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we have, other hours that can be done, but I think this opens us up a little bit under the mandated to kind of have a little bit of an open door to allow our licensees to, kind of self-identify areas under the mandated. And maybe it helps them even focus on the mandated, and give some thoughtful consideration as to, okay, where am I going to do these 2 hours that I feel like I may need, some of the mandated CE. That's all I have.
I agree with many of the points that both of you made. I think we need to look at where the enforcement action lies. And I personally haven't attended many technique seminars in the last 30 years that I thought added tremendous amount of value. So I do think it should be elective if we're going to do that. And in as much as we see issues around record keeping and whatnot, I do think the purpose for continuing ed hours is public protection and ensuring competency. And so I'm very opinionated, as you could probably tell, on making sure that all of our practitioners are at the highest level of competency. And I do think we can use some more efforts placed towards diagnosis and management of common conditions that are just, seen by all healthcare practitioners. Many of our practitioners are only focusing on manipulation, and yet these patients are walking in and out of their office without having to recognize conditions. So I think all the basic common conditions we see in healthcare by every practitioner out there, chiropractors need to be expert in those areas, and we should focus on steering them in that direction also.
So are you suggesting moving the minimum 4 under evaluation and management to 6, or are you suggesting, as Dr. Paris was suggesting, allowing the 2 extra hours to float between the areas 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Yeah, I would not mandate moving them to to a mandatory. I think leaving it, like Dr. Paris suggested, as an elective, and I think increasing the hours to 12 is a good idea also. Philosophy is an elective right now,
Well,
correct?
these are under the mandated, not the
Falls under
electives.
the 12
They're
elective, yeah.
separate.
So, yeah, I do think leaving it as elective would be good. And I think if we're going to mandate anything additional for hours.
Or it would be a mandatory elective.
Yeah.
Be mandatory elective. How does that work? That's kind of a hybrid of what we've talked about. How does that work as far as language there then?
We'd have to figure out, we can figure out how to draft it. Just from on the staff side, I'm thinking like compliance and audits, we may have a more difficult time trying to explain that and get licensees to do it. I mean, we have the 2 hours of ethics and the 4, and they get to pick their categories, and we still struggle with them, picking the correct categories and complying with it. So, the straightforward grid of do a minimum of these hours in these areas, my only concern is just the 10 versus the 12 and being understood. Plus then you have on top of it, you can only do 12 through distance, which is going to become, much more narrow. It's a lot of numbers, and I'm not picturing a grid that would be easy at the staff level for us to get compliance. Cause we get contacts from, a wide range of licensees. And frequently it's like, well, explain to me the continuing education requirements. So I can just see our staff even struggling with that type of system instead of being specific.
Well, the reason I brought it up initially and asked it to be on the agenda is for that very reason, that I think it's a lot easier numbers wise, 12 and 12. And knowing that we've had the problems that we've had, we were already doing 4 hours of technique. That's why I suggested that. But Dr. Paris's comment, but at the same time, if we're going to, in the same spirit, we have the 12 elective hours, right? And people can do whatever they want with those 12 hours. They could do all mandatory for their 12 hours. Kind of in the spirit of what you're saying is of, kind of self-directing, I need more technique, and if it's going to make it more difficult to get this package through, which is already been difficult to get it through, if this is going to sum it up and being able to, or make it difficult, then it might make more sense to be more prescriptive in it for those 2 hours.
Are you suggesting 4 hours of technique?
Well, that's what I initially had said, because it just kind of fit naturally with what people have already been doing. But I'm fine with, I just think that, and what I hear Kristen saying is that it might be better for us to have it be that we assign it to a certain competency out of the gate. Because it's going to go through a lot easier if we say, we want them to have 6 hours of evaluation and management, or we want them to have 4, 3, 3, 2. It still adds up to 12. People can, providers can write their courses based on the new competencies and match those as well. I don't like the 3s because, people tend to do things in 6-hour blocks often. That's why I like the idea of the 6-hour blocks. I like the idea of the 6-hour block. So my preference would be to either put 2 hours more in evaluation and management, which I think is certainly appropriate, or put the 2 hours into technique rather than have documentation and ethics be 3 and 3.
Yeah, I would prefer the 2 hours in evaluation and management for competency's sake.
I mean, that's where we see that's why I was suggesting it. I mean, that's where we see the enforcement issues.
Evaluation management aspect?
Yeah, I mean, if we're, primary care physicians, then, exam diagnosis.
Differential. Yeah.
I mean, that's where we see a lot
I
of
think,
the
I think,
enforcement.
I think for ease of having this package, which has been monumental going through for the last 2.5 years, to make it easier on staff and for it to go through, I think it would make more sense for it to keep it clean and
Can you restate that then? What would it look like? So,
or we would direct staff to add that 2 hours to either evaluation management or technique. I think those are the two options that best fit the 6-hour idea.
Yeah, when was the last time we had a complaint or a case based around technique?
Yeah, I mean, I think it fits better under competency one evaluation
I agree.
management to have the additional
Yeah.
2 hours.
I think those two areas make the most sense. And out of the two, technique and evaluation management, I think evaluation management is the more one that I think fits into our competency goals.
so then it would go 6, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And does that seem more palatable for our licensees to have a?
That would be easier for staff to be able to explain that you have 12 mandatory hours, 6 in this category and 2 in these remaining, and then you have 12 to use as you wish. That's easier to
And
explain.
12, clearly, I agree, is I think easier to
Yeah.
just split the baby that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, we've really broadened the elective side of it, which is what we had hoped, right? People could start doing more research and philosophy and other aspects that they choose where their passion wants to take them. And if that takes them to nutrition, if it takes them to competencies that are already mandated, they can do all 12 in evaluation management if they want to.
In regards to philosophy, it's only 2 hours elective, correct?
What you can do is your 12 hours. Our idea was the 2 hours they could use it however they want. It's their elective. We just felt like we felt like the 6 hours that we've had was just not enough from a competency standpoint.
Yeah.
So that's why we bumped it up to 12.
Absolutely. They could do as many philosophy hours as they want and technique hours. We absolutely have to increase the evaluation and management. Philosophy is not making anybody a safer practitioner either.
Yeah.
I mean, the intention of continuing education is to make sure that we're providing the highest level of service to patients. And I don't think philosophy falls in that category.
Yeah, I think from a standpoint of what we're wanting, elevating the competencies of our practitioners, I think we're achieving that by going from, 2 hours of ethics and then 4 hours of 3 different options. Now we're elevating evaluation management, coding, billing, ethics, and technique.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it.
I'm okay with it. I
If we're
mean,
going to go further, I defer to the committee, but I would do away with philosophy entirely. And the elective, the technique just as elective. And actually have 12 towards evaluation and management.
Oh, there it is.
I think that's where we really need to focus. Forget about what we've been doing and how we've been doing things in this profession. Let's take a look around and see. All of us have been practicing for a long period of time. We know where the gaps are.
Well, I mean, we do get a lot of enforcement issues under competency too. So I don't know if just putting all 12 hours under competency one is the solution.
so now do we shift to?
Everybody's entitled to their comments, their opinions on the board. And I respect all of them. I think at this point, we've pushed this thing where we have, and there's been lots of opportunity for public comment, input from stakeholders and licensees all the way around. I like what we've done. I think it's good, and I'd like to see us not, Ooh, welcome.
Thank you. I'm not proposing we make that change now because we need to move this along.
Yeah.
And in order to move it along, I think we make whatever change we can agree upon today.
All right, well,
I would make a motion then that we move to 12 hours of required. That we have 6 hours dedicated to competency 1, evaluation and management. And 2 hours
Okay.
of competencies 2, 3, and 4.
Do we need to rescind the original first and then?
So, so to clarify, what the board is intending to do, I mean, specific to the text itself is, so we'd be looking at, in the meeting materials on page 4 of 29 of the proposed text, where it lays out the minimum hours. The board's proposal is to, instead of the language that's here in the materials, under subdivision in section 361, subdivision C1, change the language to read a minimum of 6 hours of board-approved coursework in competency 1 evaluation and management, rather than a minimum of 4 hours, and then reject the proposed edit at subdivision C3 to increase the number of technique hours from 2 to 4.
Correct.
By making that change, it then would automatically trigger that 12 hours of mandatory. We don't need to make any further edits to the text. And then as far as that suggested motion there, Stephen, what do they have to read into the record for that, just with that edit?
Yeah, it's the same thing, just to, as modified with 361C1 to 6 hours.
Okay.
As presented in that sense, where as presented in the meeting materials, that's where you can reference the edit.
Okay.
In that suggested motion.
And then we're fine with the other edits on page 67 and 69 on the meeting materials too, or 69 and 90 of the materials.
69.
Page 6.
Or I'm looking at the total.
29, yeah. 6 of 29. Bottom, the yellow highlight.
The competency 3.
So is
Competency 3 will stay.
That's the edit, the edit on page 6 of 29 of the meeting materials that's highlighted. That's the change from having it be an accredited by CCE chiropractic program and instead have it just be approved by the board. So that's that other piece. So when I introduced the item, there's 2. The main discussion item was what we're going to do with the mandatory hours.
And that edit as well.
Yeah, and there's one additional edit. There's that edit, and then there's also in the materials the page.
Are we all comfortable with the edit of an accredited? Instead of it specifically
Yes.
stating CCE going to an approved?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We're all in agreement on that.
Okay, and then
27 of 29.
correct, and then there's on page 27 of 29 has a similar edit with respect to instructors, that they be instructors at a board approved program rather than a CCE. So as long as there's no problems with that, we just have that one modification to the.
I think we're all in agreement on that, board approved versus CCE approved.
Okay, great.
So do we need to wrap that up in a bow, or is the in essence, what I presented was that without all the other.
Right. So your suggested motion there in your memo? Page.
Yeah, but it's gonna alter.
Right.
Starting in here though.
61.
To rescind the prior and then he'll add.
Where it says presented in the meeting materials, that's what you referenced, what Stephen said about the changes to edit today.
Let's see.
Or you can have Stephen read it.
Stephen, did you read that? Or yes, please do that. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah.
Rescind the prior approval of the proposed regulatory text from May 23rd, 2024, with the exception of the proposed regulatory text to amend CCR Title 16, Section 363.1, approve the newly proposed regulatory text as modified with 361C1 to 6 hours, to amend CCR Title 16, Sections 360, 361, 362, 363, 364, and 365, and adopt Section 360.1 as presented in the meeting materials, direct the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, authorize the executive officer to make any technical or non-substantive changes to the rulemaking package, notice the proposed text for a 45-day comment period, and if no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, adopt their proposed regulatory change.
So moved.
I second.
And I'm assuming that you got all that.
Yeah, so
All
public
right.
comment on the motion and then.
We do have a public member. Would you care to comment on the motion?
I'll be commenting until this afternoon. It'll be 2 minutes.
All right. Welcome.
Feel free to pass me over for all the.
I'd love to do that, but at least I have to give you the opportunity. Who knows?
Thank you.
You might decide to chime in. Okay, before us, we have a second. Please call the roll, Ms. Cruz.
Right, Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Dr. Azulino,
Yes.
Dr. Paris.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay.
And
Yes.
Dr. Adams, I'd just like to state for the record, I don't want to dismiss competency two, and Dr. Daniel, to your comment there, it's just there are many practitioners that are not billing insurances. And so
Okay.
coding and that type of documentation may not be too substantive to their practice. And we have quite a few people that are just, my previous time on the board, we saw many complaints coming from practitioners that were just selling high cost packages to people. They weren't doing insurance, and that's where I think putting a little more weight on competency one, because those people are pretty much absolved from competency two, could be helpful.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. Yes, comment? Any other comment? Okay, let's move to agenda item 13. Review and discussion and possible action on regulatory proposal regarding appeal process for the contested citations and licensee compliance with assessed fines. Ms. Walker, I'll turn the time to you to direct the discussion.
Sure, thank you. This agenda item is pretty straightforward. So the board had previously approved some text that's going to make conforming changes to our citation system to ensure it includes all the provisions from Business and Professions Code Section 125.9, and then also extend the deadline for requesting an informal conference to contest a citation to 30 days from the date of issuance on the citation for consistency with the timeframe for requesting a formal administrative hearing. We've had, so as you likely recall from the last meeting, the board did one of those motions to rescind and then reapprove some updated text based on some edits that were caught as we were going through the review process. When we submitted this package up to agency, there was 2 additional substantive changes that were deemed necessary before we can proceed with initiating the rulemaking process on this package. The first of which is the term licensee is being removed from the second sentence in section 390.4 subdivision A because the payment of any fine by any cited person, whether they're a licensee or an unlicensed person, does not constitute an admission of the violation charged. And then we're also proposing to add, this one's non-substantive, but it's highlighted there, is add BPC section 148 to the reference section of the 2 regulations, because not only are we relying on the authority, but we're also implementing the provisions through this package. There's the text is in the meeting materials with those very minor yet substantive changes, and staff is requesting that the board make that suggested motion again to rescind the February 13th approval and approve the new text. And I'm also happy to read that motion if the board would prefer.
Yes, any discussion?
So I just have one, my question would be, if we have a citation for a licensee and maybe it's the 3rd one for the same issue, and we want to use multiple citations as a rationale to move them to discipline, can we do that if they've never been actually had a charged violation? Like, or they just don't admit it and we just accuse them? And I'm not trying to be the legal mind here, but I'm just wondering, does that diminish our authority to use multiple citations to say, well, normally we wouldn't, let's say 3rd, 4th, whatever. Is that making sense? Okay.
So when we Generally, I mean, with egregious cases, even if it's a first instance, it goes directly to the Attorney General's office for formal discipline. But if we see a pattern where we've addressed something through whether a letter of admonishment, a written warning, and then a citation, and repeated citations for the same issue, generally the citations include an order of abatement to take whatever steps necessary to ensure you comply with the law in the future. So by about the second or third time you've done that, you're not getting a citation. You're actually going to get referred to the Attorney General's office for an accusation, and within that accusation, the DAG will include in the pleading the fact, the prior history, so they'll show that, you know, on this date they were cited and on this date they were cited. So we can still use it.
I'm hearkening back to soft admissions.
Yeah.
So I'm worried that this is another doorway to soft admissions, and we've had issues there.
Yes.
So that's my question. So this would not affect that in any way, because what I'm reading is that if it doesn't constitute an admission of a charge violation, have they committed a violation?
Well, you're also talking about two different routes.
Okay.
Right? You're talking about a citation route, right? Which doesn't necessarily, well, maybe it will, maybe it won't lead to an accusation, right? We don't have to do a citation to do an accusation either, right? So you have a lot of different routes that you may or may not see through the citation route. They may, oh, you got me, okay, I fixed it, we're good, right? Oh, screwed up again, right? It's not going to go through the citation route, most likely, if it's a repeat offender.
And this doesn't diminish our authority to
Even
do
if they
that.
say they didn't do it, I mean, how many times have you seen, no offense to our petitioners or respondents, but how many times have you seen them come in and say, it wasn't my fault?
A handful. Okay. I understand. Thank you. Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
You can't predict what everybody's going to say, but it's not going to prevent us from doing either of our routes. But there are two separate type of directions you can go here.
Okay. Thank you.
So the process does have some teeth, if necessary. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I was just thinking back to our,
Yeah,
previous issue
exactly.
with soft admissions and,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There's stipulated settlements too.
And
Yeah.
I also just wanted to add, as a point of clarification, around that issue, the statute, so Business and Professions Code Section 125.9 specifically requires that our program that our citation system include this provision. So it's not something that the board has any discretion on whether to put in or not. The reason that language is being added is because it's required by statute that it be in there, and that's one of our rationale for why we're putting it in. It's not something that, the board discussed and decided to, give somebody a free exit on a citation. We're required to have it in there.
Voluntold.
Exactly.
Okay,
And you're not alone. It's
Perfect.
across DCA.
understood. But the sense is still, this doesn't soften our ability to do.
What you need to do.
Okay, okay, perfect.
Great.
I'm good.
Good clarification. Any other discussion? All right, what do you need from us? What's that a motion? Do you want to read that? You're going to read it.
I'm happy to read it unless someone else wants to.
Go for it.
So the suggested motion is for the board to rescind the prior approval of the proposed regulatory text from February 13th, 2025, approve the newly proposed regulatory text to amend California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Sections 390.4 and 390.5, presented in the meeting materials, direct the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, authorize the executive officer to make any technical or non-substantive changes to the rulemaking package, notice the proposed text for a 45-day comment period, and if no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, adopt the proposed regulatory change.
A motion?
So moved. Dr. Aslina, so moved. Second?
Second.
Dr. Paris, second? Any public comment?
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Dr. Adams?
Yes.
Dr. Daniels?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz? Yes. Dr. Azzolino?
Yes.
Dr. Paris?
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right, we will now go to item 14, review discussion possible action related to public comment received during the 45-day public comment period for regulatory proposal to repeal CCR Title 16, Section 354, successful examination. Ms. Walker.
Thank you. So this, the board had approved regulation or a regulatory action to repeal section 354 because this regulation permits applicants who are notified in writing of the board by the board of successful completion of the exam to immediately commence the practice of chiropractic pending receipt of their certificate. This regulation is problematic because it conflicts with existing laws and regulations that prohibit the unlicensed practice of chiropractic. The board put forward the regulatory package and released it out for a 45-day public comment period beginning January 3rd, 2025 and ending on February 18th, 2025. The board did receive one public comment on this proposal, which is included as an attachment in the meeting materials. At this meeting, the staff's asking that the board consider the comment, approve staff's proposed response to the comment, which is provided as a handout within the meeting materials, and then authorize staff to proceed with completing the regulatory process. And if you'll let me just a moment so I can pull up that handout, because I'm going to walk through the 3 points and then staff's suggested response to each of those comments. Just one moment here. Like open up this attachment. So there was the email received on January 4th, 2025 from Dr. Gambino. So we broke the comment into 3 sections. The first of which the comment was the commenter suggested giving notice of successful completion of the exam to the candidate after the $137 fee is collected and after the board has finalized the application process. Staff's proposed response to that comment is that the board has reviewed and considered the comment and declines to make any amendments to the proposed text based thereon. And then further explaining that the board collects 2 fees for an applicant during the application process to obtain a license. First, a $345 application fee that's paid by the applicant when applying to the board for eligibility to take the exam. And then 2, a $137 initial license fee that's paid by the applicant for the issuance of their initial license after successful completion of the CCLE. The board must first provide notice to the applicants that they have successfully passed the CCLE so they can pay their initial license fee and complete the licensure process. The board cannot collect that initial license fee from the applicant before they've passed the CCLE for 2 reasons. 1, some applicants fail to appear for or pass the CCLE and subsequently abandon their applications. And then 2, the initial license fee amount can change through legislation or regulation during the period of time between when the applicant is deemed eligible to take the CCLE and when the applicant successfully completes the CCLE. Do we want to go comment by comment, or would you prefer that I just summarize them all and then open it for discussion, Dr. Adams?
Let's summarize.
Okay. So the second portion of that public comment, the commenter asked if the regulatory proposal is for first-time candidates and stated otherwise the rule makes it illegal to advertise as a chiropractor if the licensee has their license suspended for administrative reasons, citing issues such as no continuing education on record, fees not received by the board. Again, the proposed staff response to that public comment is the board has reviewed and considered the comment and declines to make any amendments to the proposed text based thereon. As described on pages 2 through 5 of the initial statement of reasons, this proposal only affects applicants for an initial Doctor of Chiropractic license. This proposal has no impact on license renewals or the board's existing advertising regulations. And then the third portion of that comment, actually, I'm sorry, we broke it into 4. I apologize for that. So the third portion of that comment is summarized as the commenter noted the board's average processing time to issue a license after receipt of the initial license fee or the initial fee in 23-24 was 11 days. The commenter asked about the number of hours and cost to prepare the regulatory proposal. The staff's proposed response to that comment is, again, it's been reviewed and considered, and the board declines to make any amendments to the proposed text. As described on pages 2 and 3 of the initial statement of reasons, this proposal does not result in a fiscal impact to the state, and it is necessary because the current regulation conflicts with existing laws and regulations that prohibit the unlicensed practice of chiropractic. And then the fourth and final portion of that public comment is summarized as the commenter asked about the specific number of candidates who have had their license rescinded, revoked, or put on probation in the last 5 years after they were informed of successful completion of the CCLE. And again, the response is that the board has, proposed response is that the board has reviewed and considered the comment and declines to make any amendments to the text based thereon. Also adding, in the past 5 years, the board denied one license application after the applicant had already passed the CCLE. When possible, the board denies the license application prior to deeming an applicant eligible for the CCLE. However, occasionally new criminal or disciplinary history information is received by the board after the applicant has already been deemed eligible to take the CCLE, but before a license has been issued. So the board must deny the application after the applicant has completed the CCLE. So those are in summary, staff recommendation on that is, the comment has been received and that the board should review and consider that comment, but staff's recommendation is for the board to decline to make any amendments to the proposed text based on that comment and instead issue the proposed response. So with that, I'd like to turn it back to the board to
I'm
discuss.
satisfied with the responses that you've offered. Any other comments from the board? All satisfied with that? Okay.
And then, so then the staff's suggested motion is for the board to direct staff to decline the actions requested in the adverse comment, approve the proposed response to the comment, and use the proposed response for completing the regulatory process. Direct staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, authorize the executive officer to make any technical or non-substantive changes to the proposal, and adopt the proposed repeal of California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 354, either as described in the proposed text or with any potential amendments, if no relevant adverse comments are received with a modified text comment period.
So moved.
There you go.
Dr. Aslino, second.
Got it. Okay.
Any public comment? Will you call the order?
All right.
Call the roll.
Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes. Dr. Azalina,
Yes.
Dr. Paris.
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 15, review, discussion, and possible action of legislation related to the board, the chiropractic profession, DCA, and or other healing arts boards. Ms. Walker,
Sure, thank you.
that's legislative bills.
So there's a number of bills within this agenda item. We are going to have to break for lunch before we can get through all of them. I'm gonna just start by flagging the ones that don't require discussion by the board today. The first of which is, let me navigate to it, it's the spot bills. So there's no need for the board to discuss today AB 1298, the Department of Consumer Affairs, and there's also no need to discuss AB 1434, Healthcare Board's Workforce Data Collection, because those are both spot bills. They've not yet been amended to include anything of substance for the board to discuss, so staff will continue tracking those bills, and if there's any, actually there's three, I apologize. Also SB 806 is also a DCA spot bill. So those three bills do not require discussion today. There's a fourth bill that staff originally thought would be something for board discussion. Let me navigate to it. It is, I believe it was AB 667. AB 667 is profession and vocations, license exams, interpreters. This bill was actually recently amended to remove the healing arts boards from this requirement. So this would have required allowing an interpreter. It was just amended to remove healing arts boards, so it no longer impacts us.
Okay.
So we
So I
can
was gonna
discuss any concerns, but yeah, we've
I was super concerned about that.
as were many of the boards.
Okay.
But I think it was just the other day that they pulled us out of there. So it no longer affects us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. So I'm going to then start back at the top and just go, we're in alphanumerical order for our agenda items, but I am going to propose to take the animal chiropractic bill last because that's likely going to be the largest of the discussion items. So we'll take a few, probably end up going to lunch and then continue making our way.
Let's go. Got it.
Okay, so the first bill, staff is just recommending that the board watch AB 260, sexual and reproductive health care. The majority of this bill has nothing to really do with the board. It it has to do with medical abortion care, and which is outside of the scope of chiropractic. However, there is a provision within that bill that would prohibit a healing arts board from suspending or revoking a license or otherwise taking disciplinary action against a licensee solely on the basis that they were involved with any of the drugs used for medical abortion that would be lawful in this state. And the bill also would prohibit a healing arts board from denying an application for licensure or disciplining a licensee based on some sort of out-of-state discipline or conviction for something that would be lawful if they were to do here in the state. So this builds on a similar bill that we saw last session, and it's along the same lines where the boards are basically prohibited from taking action solely based on the action of another state if it's something that would have been lawful in this state. So staff wanted to bring this item to the board's attention. We're tracking the bill. And then when we start looking at our disciplinary guidelines, and we've got within the guidelines, basis for either denying an application for licensure or disciplining somebody based on something that occurred in another state, we have to have a carve out with a note, so that we're aware and cross-reference any of these provisions so that we have that impact. With that being said, on the staff side, as far as the way our enforcement program operates, very easy for us to implement because we don't issue any type of blanket discipline or citation solely based on action. We always look at the underlying circumstances, but this bill just would actually require any program to do that. So with that, if there's any board discussion or questions on that bill.
Well, it's just, when I was reading through it, I was just wondering how it applies. I think you're leading to it, how it applies to us directly, or is it more indirectly as far as the language that's used there, cross-referencing it to our language?
It would only apply to us in circumstances where we have some licensees that hold multiple licenses. So it becomes a very hypothetical of we would have to have a licensee that holds additional licenses and just so happen to also get disciplined or convicted in another state for one of these provisions. So that's why our estimated fiscal impact on us is absolutely none. It's a very narrow situation, but we have to be cognizant of that because we are seeing more licensees that hold more than one type of license. Like we see
MDCs,
DCNPs.
Okay.
So thank you for I meant to make that point. That's the main issue there is majority of the bill is not within our jurisdiction, but we just have to be cognizant when we're looking at other types of licenses that our licensees hold.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to move on?
Cool. All right. The second bill on here is AB 479, criminal procedure legal.
Couture.
Yeah, as long as Sabina can't pronounce it either.
I think it's fine.
I think it's back to him.
Oh, there you go.
Unless my emphasis is on the wrong syllable.
Yeah.
So what this bill would do is create a process where the court, before vacating a conviction on the grounds that a person was the victim of intimate partner violence or sexual violence for arrest or conviction relief, to first make findings regarding the impact on public health, safety, and welfare. And then also, if that petitioner holds a license and the offense is considered substantially related to the qualifications, functions, or duties of that license, then that petitioner would have to serve the board with a petition and supporting documentation, and then give the entity 45 days to respond on that petition for relief. As far as the staff estimated fiscal, it's estimated to be very minimal. When we're looking at this, in the rare instance that the board was to receive the notice of that petition, the board would then need to choose to file an opposition. And if they did, that impact would be around $3,000 in legal representation costs. Staff recommendation on this is simply to watch it and just be aware, and then make any internal procedural changes that we would need if this was to go into effect.
Why was state, local, and appropriations no on this? Do you know what the history is with their stance?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't have that information.
Okay.
Comments? Questions? Item C.
AB 49 Bonta is healthcare professions, deceptive terms or letters, artificial intelligence. So this bill would basically extend existing provisions of law that prohibit someone from falsely indicating or implying possession of a license to practice enforceable against the entity that develops or deploys that artificial or generative AI technology. And by doing so, it basically would charge the board with basically enforcing those provisions, either through citations or filing for court injunctions. Staff is kind of evaluated that bill and estimating a fiscal impact of approximately $13,000 in board staff time to basically have some of our enforcement staff dedicated to monitoring the use of AI and Gen AI within the profession for potential violations of the bill. We didn't include in that fiscal impact additional estimates of enforcement costs as far as discipline, because we kind of measured those as being absorbable within our existing AG budget, but we did identify the new costs of about $13,000 a year to dedicate someone to staying up to date on the different types of technology being used in the profession and to test and to see what types of outcomes they get. If they pose as a patient and using that technology, are they finding violations? So that's where that fiscal impact is coming from. Staff recommendation is to watch. The board could also consider taking a position on the bill because this one does directly impact the board. This is one that I think probably should have board discussion.
Yeah. Question on this one. It's funny, I've talked to my husband about this. But I'm just in reading this and just what things I've heard, I'm guessing this is related. A couple examples I'm thinking of that relates to this is auto responses or auto system responses coming back to a patient, right? Right. So where it involves directions of what to do, what to use, how to use it, right? In terms of things your doctor is supposed to tell you or your healthcare professional is supposed to tell you. And so it's as simple as like almost as what's it called? Minimal risk is that to just complete blatant misuse of AI. So the range is large, and so yes, I completely agree that this is something to closely watch, because I can only imagine the impact that it's going to then have on the licensees and just practitioners in general of how are they going to operate, especially when you have smaller shops that are trying to, I want to say, fine tune their internal operations of just trying to what makes things faster and easier. And so I'm already seeing kind of in my own different doctor visits how my doctor uses AI in one way, but not AI in another way. So it'll be interesting.
So, I'm sorry, I don't fully get it. So
Oh.
can you explain like the practical example what that looks like? Yeah.
Personal example, I go to the doctor and that routine visit, and they ask for my permission. May I use an AI device to take notes? Absolutely. So now the doctor's notes, automatically generated. I'm assuming someone goes back and validates it, but it automatically takes the notes. So that is one use of AI. That next step that could be related to this is a doctor then using that information? Like, is the hospital or kind of their office using a prompt to tell to a practice
Treatment plan or.
exactly like
Is an AI agent,
yeah.
Basically gathering the information as she talks about what her chief complaint is, and then the AI agent takes that and then makes a recommendation for a treatment plan.
So like when I can Google it myself and say, Google told me to do this, right? And now it's not longer Google, it's me going to my doctor and whatever computer system they have is then telling it to me, right? There's no way to guarantee, is it the doctor telling you this? Was it generated and the doctor validated and go and tweak some words and say, yes, this is it?
The reality is it's probably already happening in certain circumstances.
There are examples where it's happening right now.
It's already happening. The systems are very efficient.
Mm-hmm.
And I think quite simply, if it's in the doctor's note, then the doctor needs to take responsibility for that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be the way of the future. If you're not using it yet, you're going to be using it this
Oh,
year.
yeah, he said it. I use it everywhere.
It's
Well,
Okay,
but
I think
some of the concern additionally is using AI. There's been some literature coming out, even at a chiropractic office, patient walks in, signs in, and does range of motion, and the AI documents that, does it. So there's a lot to discuss with AI, especially with regulatory within our profession, as far as what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, and then disclosing to the patient that they're not talking, say they're online thinking they're talking to a real person. So it's going to be more advanced, and people are going to be using it for what humans are being used for, licensees are being used for right now, and it's already coming out in the literature on that. So there's a lot in this.
yeah, there's more to, okay,
Yeah.
and we'll watch.
It's a watch.
Yeah, anyway, okay,
It's closely watched.
okay.
it doesn't. It's not just us. It's going to
Yeah.
It's,
be across all
Thank you.
professions.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you got robotics doing surgeries now, so it's just a matter of time. AI.
Or radiology.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think we're all in agreement that we're in a watch mode
yes.
for this thing. Okay. I think we're at noon, so why don't we break for lunch, since we're gonna have to come back after and complete that and be compliant with staff requirements for lunch. What's our time frame? Half hour?
We can do half hour today. Yeah, I think. Does
I just want to follow
Alex?
what your
Is that okay for you?
what your requirements are. We want to follow those in compliance.
Okay. All right.
There's a table set aside in the cafeteria for us as the staff and board members that the college was graciously put together for us.
It will be secured so we can leave the confidential packet here.
Yes.
In our,
This room should be staying secured.
Is Sandra out there? We can check. Yeah.
Okay.
They
So-
with locks, but we just have to.
Oh,
make
yeah.
sure they can.
We're going to pick it up after our lunch. We're going to stay on agenda item. I think we're on 14, right?
we're on 15.
15
Sorry, and we're going to pick up at D.
at D. Yeah.
Okay, so I have 12:03. Let's just be on the safe side and go 35 minutes, give us time to get down there. So we're gonna come back at 12:40. All right? Wait. Everybody had a great lunch. Ms. Cruz, would you take the roll, please?
Yes. Dr. Adams,
I'm here.
Dr. Daniels,
present.
Ms. Cruz, present. Dr. Azalino,
Present.
Dr. Paris.
Present.
All right. Quorum.
We have a quorum. Thank you very much. All right, we are back on agenda item 15 at item D, AB 601.
Sure.
We'll turn the time back over to Ms. Walker to take us through.
Thank you. So AB 601 is about the reporting of child abuse. This bill includes a number of different provisions, but the one that's applicable to this board is the requirement within the bill for the State Department of Social Services to develop a standardized curriculum for mandated reporters and make that training available on its website. The bill would also require an employer having one or more mandated reporters to ensure completion of that training within the employee's first 3 months of employment or by March 1st, 2030, whichever is later, and then require the completion of that training to be documented in a manner that would allow the department to verify completion upon request. No fiscal impact to the board on this bill. It's one of the provisions where it's in the past the board's discussed sometimes the need around mandated reporting and standardized training, so it's beneficial with that regard. It also does include yet another requirement on employers, so it kind of fits along with what we're kind of working on for developing resources for our website of all of the things that an employer, particularly a licensee who's an employer, has to comply with here in California. So this bill, we included on the agenda for informational purposes, and staff will continue to watch it, and happy to open it for any discussion on there.
I think it's a great idea.
I mean, it's better than the last bill that we discussed. At least there was a prevention training that was going to be provided. So I was more in line with this one than the previous that we discussed.
Item F.
Okay. And then, so moving to AB 742, this is relates to the Department of Consumer Affairs licensing applicants who are descendants of slaves. So this bill would require DCA boards to prioritize applicants seeking licensure who are descendants of American slaves once a process to certify descendants is established. And it would make those provisions operative when the certification process is established, and then it would repeal 4 years from that date or on January 1, 2032, whichever is earlier. This bill is contingent and would only become operative if SB 518 is enacted, which would establish the Bureau for Descendants of American Slavery. This bill, we saw a prior iteration of it during the last legislative cycle. This bill impacts some DCA programs very heavily. Fortunately for us, it's not a major impact. It's, the fiscal impact at this point is none. If, once they develop whatever provisions would be necessary for us and describe what prioritize means, we can implement those rather quickly, but we're in a beneficial position in that we don't have licensing backlogs, so it makes it easier for us to comply. There are other DCA programs that this has major effects on when they don't understand what does the term prioritize mean. We're generally interpreting it to mean more like the expedites that we see, but the language isn't very clear. And then there's also just the general concept of if you're expediting or prioritizing everybody, then you're not really expediting anybody because everybody's a priority. So there's concerns from a lot of the other DCA programs about this bill. At this point, there's no specific BCE concerns, just given our good positioning as far as issuing initial licenses.
Yeah.
So we recommend that the board continue watching it.
We're already pretty fast.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we talked about this last time that I thought we asked for an exemption on the last bill that came around that was similar to this, just because the amount of time to verify is going to be longer than the time that we actually take to license. So I just want to make sure there's no additional sort of hidden requirements when we can get it done in 2 days. But if they want us to verify, then that's going to be longer than 2 days.
We could relay that informal request as well if the board would want, just to talk to the author's office and just kind of educate them on our reality versus what the bill's kind of intending to do there. And maybe they'd be open to maybe either exempting us or doing something to that effect. The bill before, we didn't actually need an exemption from it because it ended up, I believe it died on suspense is where it got
Yeah, but
caught.
when we
So-
talked about it, I mean, my concern is that this gets enacted, but it's going to hold up their licensing
Mhm.
potentially because we do it so fast. So, I mean, that's my concern, that it's an extra step, more work, and it's not going to get, because we don't have a backlog, it's not going to accomplish what the bill is set out to do. That's my 2 cents.
Any other comments on item F? Okay, item G.
Item G is one of the spot bills, so we're going to go ahead and skip right past that one. We're going to go to item 15H is AB 1431. Has to do with personal income tax credit for medical services in rural areas. This bill would allow a tax credit equal to qualified earned income by a qualified taxpayer for medical services performed in a rural area in the state, beginning in this tax year and basically ending in 2031, not to exceed $5,000 as specified. This bill does have an urgency clause to it, so it would go into effect upon passage. This is more just placed on the agenda for general awareness of bills that affect our licensee population, not asking any or requesting any position really from the board on it, just bringing awareness to that fact of there's a bill out there to potentially have income tax credit for the rural areas, and it would apply to chiropractors.
Any comments?
I think so. Just note this would have I think, maybe a large impact, maybe larger than we can see, but is because when we look at the largest employer in the last few years of DC's, it is by a long ways. It appears to be FQHCs and RHCs. So those clinics are outpacing any other thing that I think we've seen, and ACA's through some of their past president, they've done some work on this and looked at it, and it's a much larger number than I think we thought. So those RHCs and FQHCs employ a lot of DCs. So I think this would have a pretty large impact on our licensees. And California leads the way, by the way, by a long shot also. That's all.
Thank you. Item J.
So item J is SB 81, has to do with healthcare facilities and information sharing. What this bill would do is revise the definition of medical information to include immigration status, thereby making it considered confidential medical information. And then it would also put a mandate on healthcare providers, service plans, or contractors. It would prohibit them from disclosing that medical information regarding a patient unless they've received a search warrant that's been lawfully issued and signed by a judge to a governmental law enforcement agency. It also would prohibit, to the extent permitted by state and federal law and the extent possible, a provider of healthcare from allowing access to a patient for immigration enforcement. This issue is really in response to what's going on at the federal level and differences with the state when it comes to immigration enforcement. It's a difficult bill. It's much bigger than just this board, but we put it on the agenda and brought it because that line and the things that we saw it in prior legislative sessions around just some of these mandates that are being put on providers and having to balance. I mean, being in a clinic and having to balance the difference between state and federal law when it comes to an immigration enforcement type action. So putting it on the agenda for mainly for awareness, but this one does have some pretty widespread impacts on our licensee population, not necessarily on our regulation of the profession, but the profession at large. So we did want to bring this bill to the board's attention. We do recommend that it be watched, but there may be some items for discussion within this one.
Discussion? Questions?
Item K.
Okay. So this one is actually so SB 470 relates to the Bagley Open Meeting Act and teleconferencing. As the board may recall, I believe it was in 2022 when the legislature passed the updated provisions to the teleconferencing requirements that gave us increased flexibility for how we hold meetings. We haven't really exercised any of the ones when it comes to the state board meeting or the board meeting level requirements where it allows you to have, a quorum gathered here like today and have one remote member connected remotely. We haven't used that method, but the alternative provision that really has benefited us is the new provision that, or the provision within those requirements as it relates to our committees. So it allows the committees to meet via WebEx without having to have a notice location, and staff just has to provide a public space with at least one staff member present. That's been very beneficial for us. It's made it easy for us to be able to efficiently conduct our business, especially at the committee level, while also providing, easy public access to our meetings, but flexibility for committee members to be able to squeeze in those small committee meetings wherever they may be. So for that reason, and there's no fiscal impact on the board. If anything, there's minor cost savings from those provisions, and staff's recommending the board support extending those provisions. What this bill would do is extend those provisions. They're currently set to sunset at the end of the year, and instead it would extend them through the end of 2029. And staff recommends the board support this bill.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
So we need a motion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Make a motion for staff to support this bill, SB 470.
Second. Take a vote.
Yeah, public comment. And call the roll.
Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes, Dr. Adelina,
Yes.
Dr. Paris.
Yes.
Right, motion carries.
Okay. Item L.
Okay. The next bill is SB 641, and it relates to DCA and then also the Department of Real Estate states of emergency waivers and exemptions. What this bill would do is authorize DRE and then also the DCA boards to waive certain provisions of the licensure requirements for licensees and applicants who've been impacted by a declared state, federal, or local emergency, or if they're in a declared disaster area, and specifically as it relates to examination fee and continuing education requirements. It would also exempt impacted licensees from the payment of duplicate license fees. In addition, as it relates, it's giving the board's authority as it relates to states of emergency and waivers. Then it also has a separate provision that would require all applicants and licensees under either DRE or DCA boards to provide the board with an email address. So to the discussion earlier where we had the if this provision was to go into effect, then we can delete that because we have a statute that says you are required to give us an email address. So we can make, and it's also a very simple regulatory change to make based on a change in statute. So there's two components to it. There's no real estimated fiscal impact. We kind of view this as being generally absorbable within the work that the board's already doing. If there was some sort of state of emergency, the board would call a meeting, discuss, and then issue out some sort of waiver. So we consider that to be just within our day-to-day business and not generating some new fiscal impact. When looking at the bill, it gives a lot of power to the boards to make those types of decisions. So there's the potential for receiving a high volume of those types of requests. But it also, by giving the board that ability, it negates the need for one of the continuing education exemption type or extension regulations that we were trying to work on as it relates to state and federal disasters, and instead puts it in statute. As far as the email address, that's always beneficial for us to be more efficient in the way that we do business. And Sabina, I don't know if there's a requirement for an email address on file. Does that open the door for potentially being able to serve disciplinary documents to an email address of record, or are we still bound by?
Yeah, I think whatever, or unless they're going to update the other.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's more for convenience of being able to contacting our licensees. Okay.
It makes everything a little bit more efficient and less expensive for the boards and even the licensees.
Yeah. So staff recommendation on that is for the board to consider supporting it. The contractor's state license board is already on record in support. If there's any questions on that bill.
Any questions? Since we have one other bill, can we just do all the ones that we support in one motion at the end, or we have to do each one individually?
Well, you already did the one.
Right.
So I think they'll do this and maybe another. I think we should keep them separate just for the record.
Just want to double check.
It's not going to take up too much.
So we
Right. Any comment on SB 641 Ashby?
So if they were impacted by the emergency, let's use the recent fires in the LA area. Two questions. One, do we know how many DCs were displaced? in that process. And then two, I think I'm of a supportive view, but my question is how does this not fiscally impact us in some way? Because we would have to spend staff time having them, reprocess a new address for them. Is that right? Like they want to go practice in the next Kent town over, so they got to wait to rebuild. So we have to give them a new satellite certificate, and we have fees for that. So we know we have costs. So I'm trying to figure out how it says none in the fiscal impact.
We could make a case that there's a fiscal impact with that. I think the way I was kind of viewing that when I was looking at the fiscal impact is that those cost drivers are from the disaster, not the bill that would allow us to create an exemption or extension to the disaster, because they're going to have to do it either way, and we would incur those costs. We generally, we don't charge for changing addresses. We do for they have to file a new satellite certificate. So I mean, there are costs, but I was more attributing the costs to the disaster itself rather than the authority for the board to take some sort of action in response. Because what this is doing is, instead of appealing for the governor to issue an executive order, which would incur those same costs, instead it's a more expedient route where the boards get to be more make decisions that are effective for that licensee population, instead of right now when we get those executive orders, they come down fast and it's one size fits all. This gives the boards more flexibility to determine what they need. So that's kind of why it's like there's definitely fiscal there. It's just I don't know that this bill is the primary driver of the fiscal. And then the requirement for the email address has no fiscal because we've already got all the infrastructure stood up to collect all that.
Okay.
So that's where it was coming
Yeah.
from. You could make the argument that there's
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, and I remember we talked about this, I think, in the last board meeting, because I think the DCA member that attended shared exactly what you're talking about. The governor's, what's it called, kind of executive order that he put in place. But some of the questions I had, and I think this completely goes with what you're saying, the questions I had in that meeting was, because they called out, if you're in the zip code related to this disaster, then right, and it was I was like, well, what if my business zip code's there, but my home zip code's somewhere else? So right, or vice versa, or I have multiple locations. I'm like, now we're just getting silly. And so what the team told us at the time is that they were like, nope, that's happening. So we just kind of are flexible with it. So what I'm hearing is that this bill specifically gives us that flexibility to handle it the way we need to handle it for our population.
And since we're already collecting emails and address changes as part of their cost, it's minimal impact then.
I'll make a motion to support SB 641.
I'll second.
Any comment? Okay, let's call the roll.
Right. Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes, Dr. Azalina,
Yes.
Dr. Paris.
Yes.
Right. Motion carries.
And then we'll jump to item O, and then we'll circle back to item M for your direction.
Yes, thank you. This one will be very quick. SB 861 is the Senate B&P Committee's omnibus cleanup bill relating to the Department of Consumer Affairs. It includes a number of provisions, but amongst those provisions is the board's proposal to add the board to the list of DCA programs with explicit statutory authority to obtain and receive criminal history information from DOJ and the FBI. By adding the board to this list of programs, it's going to allow the board to request and then authorize the board to receive certified records of arrests and convictions, or records of probation and other related documentation that is needed to complete an applicant or licensee investigation from a local or state agency. And just to clarify, this is really a cleanup provision. There's at the federal level, there's been an increased amount of scrutiny for programs' authority to receive criminal history information. So this is one method that we're looking to shore up in case there was to be any checks on our authority, because it would put us in line with the rest of the DCA programs that already have this authority under the statute. The board has been fingerprinting all applicants and licensees since 2011, so there's no actual impact as far as in practice. It's more of just a cleanup so that we have more solid legal ground for collecting that information. And then the bonus of doing that too is that it adds us to that list. It allows us to get that criminal history records from different agencies through explicit authority. Right now, we're making the requests and then trying to deal with differing requirements from different agencies. Sometimes we request information and it's denied. Sometimes we have to go through hoops or we have to go through the AG's office to get it. So by making this change, we'll have that explicit authority as well to collect that information directly from the agencies and more effectively conduct our investigations. There is no fiscal impact on our program, and this was requested, by the board. So of course, the staff recommends that the board support the bill.
I'll make a motion to support SB 861.
I'll second it. Call the roll. Public comment?
On the roll, Dr. Adams,
Yes.
Dr. Daniels,
Yes.
Ms. Cruz, yes, Dr. Azalina,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item M.
Okay. So the final bill to cover today is SB 687. This relates to animal chiropractic practitioners. What this bill would do is prohibit a chiropractor who's not under the supervision of a veterinarian from practicing animal chiropractic as defined without being registered as an animal chiropractic practitioner by the board and satisfying certain requirements, including a current valid certification from the AVCA or the IVCA, any other credentialing organization the board or any other credentialing organization the board specifies through regulation. The bill would specify that the board shall establish requirements for registration and conditions and requirements for practicing animal chiropractic. It would require an animal chiropractic practitioner to comply with the regulations of the board applicable to chiropractors, authorize the board to adopt regulations necessary to implement the provisions, and require the board, if adopting regulations relating to standards of medicine or care for an animal, to do so in consultation with the veterinary medical board. It would also make an animal chiropractic practitioner exempt from the Veterinary Medicine Practice Act. What this, as far as the estimated fiscal impact on the bill, our initial, we ran some numbers, and the initial cost for us to implement any type of additional certificate or registration type, our initial fixed cost is $63,000. That's $13,000 approximately in staff time to create all the registration processes, forms, regulations, anything you would need to stand it up. Whether you issue one registration or 1,000, that's a fixed cost. And also approximately $50,000 in IT costs for us to develop the new registration type and integrate it into our IT system. Additionally, there's not a lot of data available, so we took a stab at trying to come up with an estimated fiscal for registration and enforcement costs, and we came up with approximately $75,000 beginning in 26-27, and then increasing to about $131,000 ongoing. Based on this estimated fiscal impact, it's the initial startup costs could potentially be absorbable, but there's the ongoing costs would have to have some sort of funding source. The board can't just sustain this and incorporate it without any type of any fee authority that's in the bill. There's just some concerns with the way the language itself is written from the staff perspective of how we would implement it. There's a lack of specificity. Things like when it talks about registration, we have initial applications and renewal processes. So there's a lot of issues at that level. But before you even get there, policy discussion I'm not asking the board to have that discussion today, but there's the policy issue of animal chiropractic. And, historically through the veterinary medical board allows chiropractors to practice under the direct supervision of a veterinarian through musculoskeletal manipulation. This bill instead would provide direct access to animal chiropractic from the certified practitioners who've been registered from the board. So that's definitely, there's that policy issue there that the two professions are taking on. And then you've got VMB and BCE a bit in the middle on regulating it. So I want to turn this bill over just to the board for a discussion on this issue.
Any comment or discussion on behalf of the board?
Public comment?
Sure. Came all this way, I might as well. Thank you. Thanks for having me here today. Hard to find a seat. My name is Dr. Grant Miller. I'm a veterinarian, and I'm the Director of Regulatory Affairs at the California Veterinary Medical Association. While I primarily represent the CVMA, today I'm representing a coalition of over 122,000 veterinarians, not only statewide but nationally, who are opposed to SB 687. Perhaps more importantly, though, it's important to mention that 31 years ago, I painted the exterior of this building with my dad's painting company. And when I pulled up to it, I was like, I know this building inside and out. So I'm a native from Livermore and Hayward, and this building is very familiar to me. The paint job held up pretty well, too. The CVMA is opposed to SB 687 by Senator Ochoa because it permits an expansion of chiropractor scope of practice based on a certification course. Because there are no animal training components of a core licensure education for a chiropractor, we have some pretty significant concerns about this bill then allowing chiropractors to expand their scope of practice to include animal species. We just feel that a chiropractic course is just insufficient to do that based on our knowledge of each animal species and then the wide array of animal species that chiropractors may come into contact with. We think that it's in the best interest and protection for both consumers and animals to continue using the current model that we have, which is tried and true. It's as mentioned by Ms. Walker in the Code of Regulations, Section 2038, at least for us, that allows chiropractors to work under the direct supervision of a veterinarian, which creates a nice collaboration between the two of us and provides good protection and oversight for animals and consumers. The bill will task you with creating regulations, although it gives you a very limited ability to create regulations, to determine how the animal chiropractors will do their work. And it'll also make you field and investigate any complaints for them. And I just wonder, is this board equipped to do that? Do you have expertise in animal species? And do you know where the line might be drawn on a horse versus a dog? And so we feel that this really is the practice of veterinary medicine. The Veterinary Medical Board should have some jurisdiction in this, but the way that this bill is written, they have an informal kind of a courtesy that you might be informing them that you're doing something, but they really have no authority whatsoever. But this squarely falls within the practice of veterinary medicine because it's being done on animals. We also are concerned that if it were just coming down to a mere certification course, if that were enough, then let's create reciprocity. Let's let veterinarians work on human beings for chiropractic. So I've done chiropractic training. I do horse chiropractic all day long. And I get clients constantly asking me, hey, doc, can you please adjust my neck, adjust my back, which, I refrain. But, why not do that? Why not just create that reciprocity? I think that all of you as doctors of chiropractic would understand immediately that would not be a good idea for the plethora of reasons that you have come to understand through your extensive training in human beings. That's how we feel. But with animals, we think that the collaboration with the existing law works very well, and we'd like to see that maintained. We have an opposition letter. I recognize that this is a public meeting under Bagley-Keene. I have copies of this that I can leave for you to look at individually should you choose. For people who are watching online, this opposition letter is freely and openly available on cvma.net under our advocacy section. It's publicly available, so it is possible to see. From a regulatory standpoint, I would like you to look, if nothing else, if you happen to be for the principles of the bill, look at the technical issues of this bill and what it's going to do to your board to make you have to create regs. I love when you mentioned, the possibility of $50,000 in creating regulations. In our world, regulations take usually around 6 years to get passed because nothing in the animal world is easy. I'm sure council can tell you from the DCA side, it takes a long time to get any of this done. Think about the concept of what if you have a human patient who's allergic to cats and you have a chiropractor who just had a cat on the table and now they're bringing a human being in there and the human being has an allergic reaction. There needs to be a minimum standard for that. What about client confidentiality? We've heard chiropractors just adjust pets in the waiting room. That violates our confidentiality law. What about radiographs? We have a law in California that says that veterinarians and staff are not allowed to physically touch animals during the taking of radiographs. That means we have to chemically restrain them. Are chiropractors prepared to give IV injections to animals and then reverse them? Are they prepared to provide emergency care to those animals should they have an adverse reaction to that? How will that work? So I think that if nothing else, this bill has a number of technical issues that need to be worked through, but overall, we are just opposed to the principle of human healthcare practitioners expanding their scope of practice to work on animals. No offense and no disrespect, but veterinarians are highly trained for a reason, and we have gone to great lengths over the years to make sure that we can work with human healthcare providers in a collaborative method that provides adequate oversight, and that's been done by our board over the years in looking at this issue multiple times. I really thank you for your time and your consideration, and happy to, well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Before we move on, can I make a suggestion that we consider the staff recommendation on this agenda item, which was that we consider requesting the amendment to the bill to provide the board with authority to charge a fee to issue and renew animal chiropractic practitioner registration and to cover the board's additional licensing and enforcement costs. I think,
Yes.
can we, do we just need a motion, or I imagine
We would need a motion.
or, yeah, I'm not sure what has to happen there.
Are you wanting to take a position and request possible amendments, or you just want staff to contact the author's office and see if there's possible amendments available?
The recommendation was that the board consider requesting that amendment, and so however that process is
Right, so
best,
you can do
best done.
support if amended, oppose unless amended, you could do something like that, or unless you don't want to take a position right now, you can just direct staff to open a conversation with the author's office and see what's,
Yeah, the latter.
discussion.
The latter.
The latter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not need a motion for that. You
Yeah,
can
okay.
just tell the staff, this is what we're thinking, this is what would be great to hear from the author's office, but they're open to. Are there other amendments on the horizon?
I'll let the chair direct that.
Yeah. I like that. I think that's the best way to go. We'll take a position of watch, non-support at this point, and encourage the staff to reach out to the author and see what's coming down the pipe. And then once we get more clarity and more direction, then we'll be in a better position to take a stance.
Okay.
All right. We have already done the motions that we needed to on the particular bills, so we'll move to agenda item 16.
Folks, I appreciate your time.
Appreciate you coming.
Take a look at the paint job.
Yeah.
Paint job.
Michael did the painting. So relaxing, then we've done lobbies.
All right, so review, discussion, possible action on the recognition and advertising of chiropractic specialties. Ms. Walker.
Sure, thank you. So just briefly, and this agenda item ties a little bit into what we're going to get into with agenda item number 17, but and it also ties in a little bit to the animal chiropractic issue. In summary, there's a range of, there's what this board considers to be a true chiropractic specialty, and then there's the range of what is out there in the profession and even in other professions as far as advertising around specialties, board certifications, and things to that effect. Staff is requesting that the board engage in an initial policy discussion regarding those issues around the recognition and advertising of chiropractic specialties, and maybe where we go next if the board is interested in further developing this issue through one of the committees. A little bit by way of background, Business and Professions Code Section 651 is one of the illegal advertising statute that has a number of different provisions surrounding the advertising of professional services. and it includes, it allows healing arts licensees to include statements that they're certified by a private or public board or agency, or that the practitioner limits their practice to specific fields and specific areas. But some of the other programs, such as podiatric medicine and the medical board, have further carve-outs within that statute that strengthen consumer protection with more prohibitions around the use of advertising terms. So there's you can't use the term board certified unless it meets specified requirements and things to that effect. On the board side, as far as our regulations, in section 311.1, the board recognizes specialty boards recognized by ACA or ICA, but only for purposes of the workers' compensation system. So staff is just bringing this initial policy discussion forward for the board, and really asking if the board, first, if you could engage in a high-level policy discussion on it, but if there's interest to continue that, maybe consider this item for possible inclusion in our 2026 sunset review. So with that, I want to turn it over to the experts that we have on our board to engage in that discussion.
Yeah. It's open discussion. Go for it.
Well, it's certainly near and dear to my heart, and I think some of us on this board, I think it's very important to address. I think it's absolutely in the public's best interest to know and to have chiropractors only recognize themselves or be recognized as a specialist if they've achieved a certain level of training. And I think this is something that we can tackle and handle very adequately and in depth in a committee meeting and bring things forward. And I think we should do it because I think this does all tie together. He has some great points that maybe were not thought about by the people that are in favor of animal chiropractic. And the same goes for the rash of advertisements that we've seen from people dealing with neuropathy and all these other specialties. And as you probably know, 3 of us on this board hold diplomates in chiropractic neurology, and it's we were the first board to have received the national credentialing in multiple different by multiple different agencies. So I think it's best that we deal with this in a committee unless we have anything actionable right now. And we draft something and bring it forward to the board.
Well, I mean, I concur absolutely that there needs to be clarification. I mean, sadly, the DCA, I mean, the DWC does not acknowledge that anymore, even though our regs do. The DWC dropped their designation. So, which is sad. I think it was a mistake, and I think that we as a board need to to take this up. And so I highly recommend that that we kick this to the enforcement and committee to delve into that more in depth and well, whatever committee seems best. It seems like the enforcement committee seems.
I'd like to make a suggestion there, Chair.
Yeah.
Maybe we establish a special committee on this. Because I think it's best that we have people that have some knowledge on this area, unless anybody has any objection to really dig deep when we establish a special committee just for this purpose.
I concur.
Ms. Walker, what is the board's ability to create the qualifications that we approve for a specialty program? Like, what does it look like legally, OAL? Like, how much bandwidth do we have? What does that look like? Can you?
So it's the balance between the free speech, commercial speech, and then protecting the public. With those things in mind, and then with what kind of goes into trying to go through a regulation is the thought behind, let's see if this is something that we could potentially float through sunset as a legislative bill, not a regulation.
Okay.
But to start those discussions with the legislature, we have to have a proposal. So it's really a matter of starting with, if the board can draw some sort of line of what's, where, or if there's, different levels of certification that's acceptable. So we have a proposal that we can present. The idea would be to be able to get either something, an amendment to section 651 specific to chiropractic, or have them place a general provision within our statutes. on this area, but actually that's kind of the strategy on it would be to try to get it through legislation, not regulation. It would be much more difficult to try to get it through the Office of Administrative Law. What we've been kind of seeing through Sunset is a lot of the committees are asking the boards, like, what can we do to help strengthen your consumer protection mission? And this is one of the areas where we've seen, like, especially at the staff level, just kind of the harm that's done with a lot of the misinformation around neuropathy and different advertising to that effect that's used really relates into a lot of consumer complaints. So if it's something, there's the carve outs that are in existing statute around, protecting the term board certified, whether it's that or specialty. We just have to have a much broader discussion and develop a proposal. But the idea is, and it sounds like there's interest, would be for the board to include it in Sunset and bring it forth for the legislature to put it in a bill.
And so what I'm hearing is a proposal, but basically an outline of what is acceptable, what the definitions. How detailed does that need to be for Sunset?
Not as detailed. So you have to have a concept. You have to have an idea with enough meat behind it that you can put it in a report and the legislature would understand your intent of what you want. The nice thing about the legislative bill process is there's time for frequent amendments. There's recommendations that come up further on. So the thing is with statutes, they don't have to be nearly as specific as regulations. There's actually a lot more flexibility in what they can put into law through that effect. But we'd have to have pretty much a concrete idea, but it doesn't have to be as fully developed as what we see when we're trying to tackle regulations.
So when you say concrete, are you saying like hours or topics of study, so on and so forth, and that type of thing?
Something to that effect. It doesn't even need to be as specific as hours if there's some measure to draw where the line is. So like there's the extreme, you have the diplomate programs, and then you've got the weekend course that's
right.
a couple $1,000s that you can, where's that
right.
line approximately?
Right.
If we can approximate that and then describe what that looks like, we would have sufficient information to include in a legislative bill proposal.
We don't need to reinvent the wheel on this here, because much of it's already been done with NCCA and IAS that many of the boards have already achieved. So, or a few of the boards have, I should say, but I think that criteria has already been established. I think it'd be good for us to explore that, maybe put together a position paper on it and submit that. Hopefully you could help us with that, Kristen, and make sure we just bring forth the differences of the various different programs and how things are being stated and whatnot. I think the criteria is there already.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments? Discussion?
I think it's.
Did you want to make a motion? Did you want to make a motion to establish a
I'd like to.
committee?
I'd like to make a motion to establish a special committee to explore this issue and bring forth some recommendations to our staff.
The president can always establish committees at any time, but you can definitely entertain the motion.
If you need a motion to do it, then I'll confer with Kristen and we'll establish a committee and
You can
then
reach out.
I'll reach out to the board members and see who those are interested in being a part of it.
Absolutely.
Is that acceptable to you?
Absolutely.
Okay, then that's what we'll do.
Ms.
Yeah.
Walker, is there, just thinking of the legislative process, is there particular points that they look for or opposition points? Like is there a particular outline to make sure that we hit those points efficiently?
Yes, and I'll bring that information to the committee. What they usually are looking for is summary of the concept, anticipated support and opposition, if any, and then also what's the landscape? Is it being done in other states? If so, where? So that's another, we can reach out to FCLB and get some information on other states, because other states already recognize chiropractic specialties, so we can get some of that language and also use that as a starting point. So that's generally what you need for the proposal. But our vehicle for it would likely be the new issues section of our Sunset Review report.
That was my next comment, is that the FCLB has a specialty committee, which I'm a part of.
it's not been as robust of late as it was initially. So, but they do have kind of a skeleton. They have a framework of what they use. It is, from my perspective, and others that I've spoken to, somewhat anemic, I guess is a fair word to say, that it just doesn't have the level that I would like to see. And I'm sure those on the board that have reviewed those, from our perspective, I do think it's good that we should have a uniformity. I think the direction that the FCLB is going is good, because if their standards come up, then boards can say we accept a specialty that the FCLB has accredited, rather than it just being kind of willy-nilly that, ICA, ACA, any society within any state can just kind of say, yeah, we accept that, and someone gets considered to be certified in whatever they're. So it is all over the map. So I think this is a great place to start. So we'll go in that direction, and we'll establish that committee and get that get that information and recommendations to you. Okay. We'll move to item 17.
Is there any public comment? Sorry.
Any public comment? How you doing? It's good to see you. All right. There's no public comment. I don't think we have a motion that we're going to be dealing with, so we'll move to this item 17, discussion and possible action on board's 2026 sunset review.
Thank
Take it
you.
away.
Sure. So there's a few items that we want to walk through as it relates to getting ready for sunset review. So we're just about 8 to 9 months out from when our report's going to be due to the legislature on our sunset review, and then we're about 10 months out from our hearing next spring. And we wanted to just start opening up the discussion with the board so that we can kind of align ourselves and be as prepared as possible going into sunset and working through the different issues that we are going to need to respond to in that report. Within the meeting materials, there's just a copy of the action plan that we had previously prepared that just kind of lays out the steps that are involved in the sunset review process. That's just informational only, just to kind of apprise the board of where we're at. I did observe all of the sunset review hearings that occurred this year. They were similar to what we've seen in past years, where there's a lot of openness from the committees to work with the programs to enhance consumer protection. If there's any legislative fixes that are needed, there's a lot of room there for collaboration with the committees, is what we're seeing from the current sunset report or hearings. So that aligns us very well for as we're heading into sunset, the what's next and what kind of policy issues should we be potentially including, which I will get to at the end of this update. The other thing within the materials is we have to respond to each of the issues and recommendations from our 2022 sunset review. Most of those are already in motion or assigned to committees that are going to be working through those and kind of hardening up some of those recommendations as we head into the fall. There is one issue, though, that came from our prior sunset review that has not been discussed by the board. So I've got it here on the agenda under 17C that we'd like to have the board discuss. And that is for the board to develop a recommendation on how to respond to the issue regarding the composition of licensee and public members on the board. As we put in the background materials for this meeting, we took a look at the different DCA programs and the composition of board members. And what we were generally finding was for the non-healing arts boards, there was clear, the majority of those boards have a public member majority. But then for the healing arts boards, a lot of them still maintain that licensee majority. The boards, has 5 licensee members and 2 public members. So it's a little bit heavier on the licensee side than even some of the other licensee dominant boards. But the issue that the legislature raised in 2022 was whether the board needs to consider, or whether, not whether the board, but does BCE's composition need to be updated to include additional members of the public or non-chiropractic medical professionals? The board doesn't have an official position on this, so we're seeking the board to discuss and basically provide to staff what that recommended response to that issue should be. Staff's recommendation on it is to maintain the status quo. There's a lot of issues that were raised in the background paper around just the North Carolina Dental Board case and the need for active state supervision. Over the past few years, that issue's been kind of worked through. There is statutes that do allow the director of the Department of Consumer Affairs to step in on certain matters. So there is more. It's not the issue that I think it was, a few years ago. But with that being said, it's the board sunset report and response. So wanted to have that discussion so that staff can work on the response to that issue.
Thank you.
My recollection is exactly what you said there, Kristen. At that time, we were dealing with the North Carolina issue. And the fact that the director of the Department of Consumer Affairs could step in, it negated the need for any change, whereas other states had to change their configuration. So at that time, my recollection, once again, is that there was no need to change. And if there was no need to change then, I don't think there's any need to change now.
I concur. I think that we're doing just fine. I think that the public input that we've had and continue to have has been sufficient. I think having the group that we have here, the things we've been able to accomplish, there's clearly not rogue or renegade members of our board that are usurping or whatever. So I think we're working cohesively together. I think the public input from Mr. Sweet and from Ms. Cruz have been, immensely helpful in guiding and directing, some of our policy discussions. So I see no reason to change what we're doing or the makeup of our board. So I support the staff's recommendation to continue as we are.
I mean, the other issue is, is the medical board, the vet board going to have a chiropractor member?
No. Yeah.
Well, then
that's
why do we need to have a medical or osteopathic member? I mean, what is, this board, is there documentation that this board has done something such as, what happened with North Carolina? So in my mind, it seems a bit discriminatory if it's not going to be reciprocal.
Is there something new that came up to bring this forth, or are you saying this is just an open item?
Sunset review.
Yeah, but is there something
Something
new
that happened at
that came
that
forth,
point.
or you're just saying it's an open item? Since
So it's just an open item from Sunset. I think the thing is we were in a pretty good position going into the last Sunset as far as our problem was we didn't have a lot of new issues for them to work on at that point. We didn't put a lot of recommendations into ours. So a lot of it was committee staff evaluating our report and then just coming up with their issues that they have to put forward for the committee. And this was one of the ones that caught their eye was just the licensee dominant board. They didn't raise any specific issue. They just opened it. It wasn't one that came up during our hearing. So it wasn't one that was of interest to the committee staff. We just simply to tie up a loose end in our next report, we have to have a simple response back. So,
but I think it would be worthwhile because we don't know if it caught somebody's eye that doesn't know the historical significance of what was happening at that time, to at least bring that to light.
yeah.
We just include it as context, I imagine.
Yeah, we just, because you have your prior issue and you have your response at the time, and then you have your updated response. So it's basically, we just tie up that loose end in our report, and then we can communicate with committee staff as well, just to make sure that they're aware that it's not an
One
issue.
issue that was of significance before was looking at enforcement rates, and we were at the top of the list for all healthcare boards to bring complaints forward through to closure or actually to action. So, we could certainly look back historically on what was done at the time and move forward with that, but I think we're in good shape.
I assume this would, looking at the boards all having odd numbers of members, that would mean jumping in with them as in their concern and kind of trying to figure out how that would work for us. That would mean that we would consider adding 2 public members to satisfy that concern and make it 9 versus 7. And have we looked at this? The minimum, I think, way to satisfy that is what I'm assuming. Have we looked at like the fiscal impact of that to our board to adding 2 more public members?
It's the fiscal impact. We didn't calculate the numbers directly. The fiscal impact overall wouldn't be significant, or it's a fiscal impact, of course, but it wouldn't break the budget or anything like that. What would make it more complicated is the more members we have, that's the more people we have to try to get together on travel and dates and getting at the same spot for a meeting. So there's costs, but then there's the indirect staff time associated with having to do the HR paperwork for more board members, everything that goes into it. This isn't the reason why it's just on a board discussion and not going through a committee is just from the staff perspective, the recommendation is keep it as is and defend the board's already doing the mission. There's no cause for concern, and then we could always work through it further with staff if it came up again in 2026. But we need the formal discussion from the board to put that recommendation in. I also see Dr. Daniel's point, and we could include that as well, that the board would be open if it was reciprocal. That's another potential option, but then it also kind of opens potentially a can of worms that maybe we don't want. So
I would advise that we leave that out because the genesis of this was the Northern Carolina Dental Board issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, but none of the healthcare specialty boards had to reconfigure in California.
I don't believe any of them did.
So if they did not, let's just leave it as such and move forward with what you suggest. And I'd like to make a motion to that effect.
I mean, if we support it with the historical evidence, all the work that the board's done, like in the last few years, as far as all the 21 regulatory proposals and our enforcement cases going down, I mean, isn't that substantive evidence for that the board is working as is?
Definitely. I would expect that type of response to just allow this item to move into the background, and then they'll look at the what's next. I don't anticipate this to then carry over to our next
I was
hearing.
going to say I don't think this is as big of a deal if in any way, because clearly nobody else made any changes. Why? Why us? So
Well, I think she's just tying up
Yeah.
and making
Yeah,
sure
I
she
think-
has
yeah.
a response
do we
ready
need
to
a
go.
motion or just direction the staff to?
I don't need a formal motion. I've got the board's discussion and clear kind of sentiment of the nature of the response. You'll see that drafted in the draft sunset review report.
I'm surmising everybody that we're all in agreement that we like the way the board's made up and we don't need to be altering it anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily need to alter it. I think the optics, I think the reason why it's come back, why it's circled back to sunset review again, because this was responded to previously. I think it's maybe a worthy consideration as to the value of having 2 more public members and 2 more, the value of public protection, having more members of the public. And I think the reason it circled back was, as mentioned, or the North Carolina issue kind of, surfaced that. But I think also if you look at all the boards in our packet and you look at the ratio, we are also a bit low, or maybe on the low side, as that representation. And so if that's the question,
But we could
and
just
the
easily-
value of that,
We have an open
that's what we
spot.
should be discussing.
But we have an open spot. We could easily be adding another public member. Then we'd be at a 4-3. We'd be just as consistent as anybody else.
No, we have an open spot for a licensee, not a public member. It's dictated. It's dictated from the Chiropractic Act. So I think shifting anything is a much bigger issue than us having a discussion about it. And I just don't see the value of opening up a can of worms right now. There's bigger things that are.
Okay, well, that brings up a different point then. If it's prescriptive in that regard, then then I think we need to keep that in mind. I wasn't aware that it was prescriptive like that, the way it was. I think that ends the discussion pretty much, doesn't it? Yeah.
Ms. Walker, you have enough to,
Definitely. We defended it in the initial response, and we'll do so again.
Let's move to any public comment on agenda item 17. Okay. I don't believe we need to go into closed session at this point, do we?
We have one item for closed session. Sorry, I'm not trying to belabor 17, but 17D, staff was looking for a little bit of policy direction on potentially additional new issues that we could include in our sunset report.
Oh, okay.
Particularly at the staff level, we're more looking for the board's level of interest if we were to explore some potential additional enforcement tools around. One thing that comes to mind is we have a statute that prescriptively requires that if you have 2 insurance fraud convictions, you're revoked for a minimum of 10 years. But yet we still have to go through the long accusation and public hearing, or I mean, administrative hearing process to affect that change. There's other programs that have authority to be able to issue an order just immediately revoking a license based upon certain circumstances. So we'd like to explore potentially creating some sort of proposal where once somebody's got that second insurance fraud conviction, we can serve them with a revocation order, and then whatever appeal process they have afterwards.
Save the time
And save the time and money.
for all that.
We've gone to administrative hearings on cases where the law is you shall be revoked for a minimum of 10 years. So it's not even a question, but yet they still are going to a hearing.
You still have to go through it all.
Yes.
Take the time and money. I support that.
I support that also. I think some other issues that could be worth bringing forth, especially while we're dealing with the specialty issue, the advertising and the social media aspect, because that's the elephant in the room nowadays with advertising, how people are presenting themselves. So we dealt with that prior to COVID. Council said that, the previous council said it was free speech protection. Well, most of that went away during COVID when people were advertising about COVID cures and COVID treatment and whatnot. And I think we need to revisit this and just make sure we're protecting the public, because we had people treating patients at Coachella on the sidewalk, on benches and whatnot. And so
Yeah.
it's a disgrace to our profession. It's certainly not in the public's best interest. And I think those are things that we should really look at and show them that we're being contemporary and looking at the new forms of advertising and then looking at patient protection at the highest level.
Thank you.
Absolutely. What else do you need from us on that?
Nothing on that. Just we'll develop it and bring it forward through a committee. One other issue that had potentially been brought up is around if we want to explore some sort of pilot program for like a licensure upon graduation and what that model could look like. It's more fitting for legislation than regulation because you can add a sunset date to it. But do we want to explore that idea any further? Because we've got our licensing times down to almost nothing. But what's the having to take the CCLE, which actually I think based on today's discussion, that might actually be a non-starter idea, because if the CCLE is changed into a broader practical, or not a practical, but more comprehensive practice-based exam, then that initial idea kind of goes out the window. Because the thing is with the CCLE itself, the law exam, there is no real reason why someone who's about to graduate couldn't get early access to just pass it up front and be able to get a license when they graduate. So I think those two are going to be kind of intertwined. Maybe looking at the CCLE, and if there are no changes to the CCLE, how could you? It was just trying to get people licensed and into the profession.
Just from my own historical perspective, was the CCLE that our state has, was that written by a previous board, or was that put together? Was that farmed out to some group?
It's developed actually annually using subject matter experts through the department's Office of Professional Examination Services. So it's actually developed annually, a new version.
Do we have any input as a board?
Not on the questions, but I think for the next meeting, if there's interest, I can get a representative from OPES to brief the board on where that line is with how much the board can do with that exam, and especially if you're looking at making any potential changes to it.
I would like to be included in that discussion. Anybody else that wants to, let me know, because I think to have some input on what's being done, because if we look at that and we feel that there's some aspects that would better serve in the interest of public protection, that could be included in that. There could be some more practical questions, related to the practice of chiropractic in addition to regulation. Because if it's just purely law only, and we could possibly have some input on some other aspects of that, that would be, I think, beneficial to the profession and to my feeling that those that are passing that are getting a little bit broader understanding of what's expected of them, not just from a regulatory standpoint.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Anybody else have any input on that? I mean, I think that'd be good to be included in the process of what questions are being posed to our licensees to pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for the new licensees, we're protected in the fact that they took part 4 and whatnot, so we know they're at
I
a
think
competent level. That's for people that haven't.
And it should be very easy for them to pass, but it also gives us an opportunity for people that we were talking about with reciprocity
Yes,
issue, is gonna also broaden that as well.
absolutely.
That would be, I think, including us in that process, or at least to know what questions and what latitude we have to add some, input to that would be great.
Greater competency will mitigate most of the problems that we see.
Okay, does that complete 17 from your perspective?
It does, yes,
Did
thank
you
you.
guys all feel good enough about what we said about the part just before this last one? You guys didn't give much input. Dr. Aslino and I spoke.
On which part?
You were good.
About the members, that portion
The member part or the advertisement part?
I can't remember now.
I feel very good.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
If it's not good, it's not good. I guess if you wanted to comment, you would have.
Probably said that.
So let's move.
You kidding me, so.
Let's move to agenda item 818 for closed session. So what?
Actually, I should have put them in a different order on the agenda. If we could actually move to agenda item number 19 and take the future agenda items, then we can go offline with the webcasting and go into closed session, because the only item we would do after that is recess until tomorrow.
Well, Sabina brought up a point that could we not address this closed session issue tomorrow, closed session?
Yes.
Uh,
You have one item.
Rather having to do it twice?
oh, certainly, yeah. Okay, so then,
Need to be done quickly too,
Yeah,
right?
tend to do it
Get
today.
white stack of anything for tomorrow.
It's only one item.
It's only one item. I think it's the item that Dr. Daniels and I pulled, right?
right, we have a case
Yeah.
that was held.
I mean, it's just, it's more, it's not a lot of discussion. You want to do it now?
Can I suggest that we do it now? I just think tomorrow is highly variable.
Yeah.
That's why.
It's not gonna, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So jump to agenda item 19, future agenda items that were not on this agenda. Let's go around then.
I would strongly like to revisit the 2-day meeting issue. And I think we can get it done in one day. We did it for 9 years. We just need to streamline things. We may need another hour on the front end and the back end of the meeting, but that's one item that I'd like to see agenda. I would like to respectfully see if the October meeting dates are available for a change. That's a selfish request just because I got pointed to the board after those were already dictated, and I'm supposed to be lecturing at the conference. And then lastly, I'd like to make a strong recommendation that if we are going to go back to a chiropractic school, the reason why we did this to begin with was not out of convenience of location for anybody, was to incorporate the students. And if the presidents and the faculty of the school are not going to motivate and incentivize the students for coming to the meeting, then there's probably places that we can have a meeting that are a lot more convenient for all of us.
No.
Okay, Dr. Harris, any agenda items?
I have two things. I think it would be of some value moving forward, either committee or full board, to request maybe have FCLB come back, and I think I'd like to see us revisit PACE. And I think having a conversation, my recollection was we left off that last discussion. I think there was perhaps some misunderstanding around the audit process that they actually do on the courses versus the provider approval. And I'd like the full board to have clarification on that and maybe have us revisit, pace. And then the second thing is, the, RCSP, the FCLB's chiropractic specialty program. I think it would be good for us to hear from them about what that is and maybe get a brief overview of the metrics that they're using and their process and what they're proposing. And then,
They spoke, was it 2 meetings ago?
That was FCLB, wasn't it?
That was FCLB.
Specialty programs.
was it the RCSP?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think, I mean, that's.
It didn't come up in our,
That's one of the things that we need to, well, yeah, this is one of the things, remember I said the committee that I'm on, that's the committee. And that's, their proposal or their 25 points and then their hours are a bit low. They're trying to be more broad. I mean, I think it'd be nice to have more discussion with Karen Campion because she was not on the call. It was the other, can't remember his name right now, but, I'm in contact with Karen. I think having her come on and talk about that and giving our input, because I think they're settled on 100 hours. I just don't think that's enough.
I think the ability to have them come and, go over that again, but have us get back into those discussions.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like the issue that's not going away.
Yeah.
And I think there are other organizations dealing with board specialization and how are we gonna,
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I mean, I like some of the stuff that the FCLB or RCSP has done. I just think they need to level it up a little bit more. That's all. And they seem to be a little bit resistant because they refer like the neurology board is like the gold standard, and the DAC bar, which they are, but the other ones are. There's a big disparity between those two boards and every other board.
Well, the other boards they simply don't have outside credentialing.
Correct.
So we just need to recognize
They
that.
consider themselves having outside credentialing because they say they're credentialed by ACA or ICA.
CA does not
But
have
exactly.
certification for that.
Exactly.
We know the story well.
Exactly.
yeah, I think it would be good. I mean, maybe even if there's seeing as the two kind of stakeholders in this, at least from that certification side or granting of those board certificates or certifications in neurology case, maybe it's an idea that we also see if ACA has somebody that may be able to give us an update on where they're at with that, if anywhere.
Well, ACA
If
is
anywhere.
doing away with the recognition of specialties. So that's their plan, to do away with the recognition of specialties.
So does that mean the ACA Council on Neurology and those other councils are just?
No, they still exist, but, they're doing away with that. So, I think once again, that this is probably something that's better dealt with in committee, and we could bring FCLB forward in that. But I also think that California should be at the highest standard of any other state.
Yeah.
And so we can adopt our own recognition, or we can just adopt those certifying agencies that are at the top of the. But what was your concern with that, David?
No concern. I was thinking future items.
Yeah.
Is it right now?
Future items. I think it would be good to have those two stakeholders in that certification area come and we can get an update from ACA on what the future is. It sounds like it may be changing. And then maybe have us be able to ask some questions about the RCSP and get some details there. And then the last thing that I would like, it seems like it's been a little while, maybe, but in the past, there was sometimes a need to have, there were some questions and sometimes a need for some outreach for subject matter expertise on continuing education kind of applications and applicability to certain categories and areas like that. And sometimes staff would reach out and we would attempt to assist. I'm wondering if maybe a future agenda item is maybe at a committee level is a discussion around a small subcommittee, maybe 2 board members that have, to be available to more formally be able to kind of address and answer those. I felt like we had an okay system with, the outreach because we always have open lines of communication. But I always felt like it wasn't as well established as it might be, where we have definitive group, maybe a subcommittee or something that we can, rotate board members through, however that works, but just as a consideration. So,
It's kind of like a CE oversight aspect.
yeah, I think most organizations have like a CE kind of, and I know this is staff role. I'm not trying to usurp that in any way. I'm saying when the question rises above to maybe some clinical questions, something that a licensee might have some more subject matter expertise about.
So there's not the back and forth and delay in approval that if you bring a licensee or one of us into it, it's quicker.
Yeah, like a review committee or subcommittee or ad hoc, however we decide that. But I mean, I think it's a valuable discussion we might have.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Paris?
No, that's it.
Dr. Daniels?
Well, on mine, which has been mentioned already, was the specialty areas, so the boards.
Okay.
And then this might be a little bit more for sunset, but future, the conversation of AI.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Cruz?
Mine's gonna be a hodgepodge between board level and committee level, but first for the Governance and Public Affairs Committee, I'd like to at least kind of have some time on an agenda for the communications campaign timeline. We're gonna talk a little bit about it and how staff has something, but I know it's part of our strategic plan. Yes, I feel like yes, it's part of the strategic plan for kind of the board to be involved in the discussions and and especially in anticipation of upcoming hire. Yeah. So that stuff is like student outreach, consumer protection awareness, licensee outreach are things I wrote down. This is probably going to fall under the licensing committee. As we were talking through currency reciprocity and just all the things, kind of the specific, what's called the committee update. Something that I was not going in circles about, but I think we want to drive clear is the license status names, the active, the inactive, the retired. Like I know we've continued, but even with today's discussion, I think the next level of clarification is, and what, with or without disciplinary fees, or with or without disciplinary action, what fees are associated with them. Because I feel like we started going down a path with the different statuses, the different fees associated with those statuses. And if someone has disciplinary action, what do we do about that in terms of having it available for folks to see on our site? So I'm not sure if that's us or that's just a hodgepodge of topics, but I know.
For your own clarification or for the board in general?
For the board in general, because when we were talking about license statuses, active, inactive, forfeited, something that I think we were supposed to take back is, okay, now it's going to go back to the licensing committee and we're going to talk fees at those different levels.
Well, we were going to talk about retired license, taking what the board had said, and we had already, our inactive definition regulatory proposal is in process, right? And that covers that definition.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's their fees is defined, active is defined, what is not defined, because we don't have the category, is retired.
Okay.
And then cancel and forfeited when they come back, if they come back, fall into the active fees, correct?
And depends on how long it's been.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but we can discuss more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, I got it on here, license status
And
and fees.
And then the other thing I have is, you already hit it, clinical competencies.
Okay. All right. Any public comment on future agenda items? Dr. Tucker, no? Okay. With that, then we will move to closed session.